Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple.
Hello, 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 everybody. How are y'all doing? Hope you guys are having or had a good weekend. Weekend is now almost over. And yeah, we are back for more of this insane case. And I just got finished teaching lessons. And my last student, you guys have heard me talk about my student who's auditioning for Peabody. He is currently in Boston. And his audition is tomorrow. So we had an extra long lesson going through all of his music. He's going to do exceptionally well. Shout out to Franks. Shout out to Iowa. Excellent. Franks, you don't have a custom command yet. Let me know if you would like one. So yeah. And I do have, because we did a run through of his program and we recorded some of the music he's playing. If you guys are interested, he did say it's okay if I share that. So let me know. Awesome. Is it a holiday for everyone tomorrow? Is there a holiday tomorrow? Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do is, for anyone who missed it, and even if you didn't, we're going to watch the opening statements because A, they're really short, but B, we will be getting to the state resting its case in chief tonight. And so, just sort of, generally speaking, right, usually the opening statements will give the jury a roadmap, right, as to what to expect and what they intend to prove. And then by the end of their case in chief, if they've done their job, then they should have proved that and proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so that's sort of the question we're going to be asking ourselves. There's not a whole lot of testimony left before they rest. And what else we need more, right? We need more. So what haven't they answered? What else are they going to get to? We still haven't heard from like the medical examiner. We still haven't heard about DNA. There's a lot of remaining lingering questions. We're going to get to those, of course, as well. And we are also going to go back through some of the cell phone evidence and break it down, because the way it was presented was by category. And so we're going to go through and put those into a timeline so we can take a better look at the question of like, what was the status of the cell phone and all of that. So there were times where it seemed like maybe it was powered on. And then I think by the end of last night, I was thinking it looks like it was powered off during that window of the homicide. But let's go ahead and start. We're going to start with these opening statements.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
So from
My name is Walt Wilkins. Myself, along with Jake Hoferth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge. You're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. So we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes, along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case.
So here's where it became the oddest opening statements I think anybody has ever seen.
The court reporter. She's very important.
Shout out to
gorgeous everything that we're saying recorded so we can have a record of this entire case.
Surprise!
So that's what she'll be doing, and she'll also be marking exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits in which we will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review.
Where's Heather?
This is Madam Clerk. She's involved with a lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit.
Like what is happening right now?
Into the court. So she'll be handling all the exhibits that you will get to review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge up here. And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe. He gets to sit a little higher.
Got a black robe, as if they're blind.
For that.
Amazing.
He's the referee in this case. He's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is.
Shouldn't he have a whistle?
When one of the parties has an objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong. And because there are rules in this
No,
room, ladies and
no.
gentlemen, the rules
Oh, okay.
are officiated by the
He doesn't say whether you're right or wrong. He says whether it's overruled or sustained. Anyway,
judge to make sure that we maintain the rules and decorum in this courtroom and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you.
true.
As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what the facts are. And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You get to bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony that'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's presented in your deliberations. And you can see it along the way of how this case progresses. You'll hear different kinds of evidence. So Judge said, you hear direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. They're both very powerful pieces of evidence. They can be used in a way, any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw that person there. Circumstantial evidence can be just as powerful. For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and there are footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time. Even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time.
So that's important. So just to review, so DNA is circumstantial, right? A lot of people would assume that DNA is direct evidence. I mean, that kind of makes sense because they both start with the letter D, first of all, right? But because DNA is considered by a lot of people to be like the most hardcore solid evidence, right? Remember, it's wild, right? Because in trials, right, direct evidence is only eyewitness testimony, or if somebody's like literally caught on video doing the thing, or confession. And so, I think I'm glad he said it. He's reiterating that DNA is technically circumstantial. But listen to what he says here specifically about this.
Evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time. Even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time.
Well, circumstantial, right? So they may have been there.
Very powerful circumstantial evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcell. And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did, in fact, murder Christina Parcell.
And that's the question we're going to be asking ourselves as the state's going to rest. The state intends to prove that he murdered her, okay?
Number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges, you have a burglary first degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude into the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is...
This is the best part, when he defines murder this way, you guys.
An angry heart. We have to...
Murder means you have an angry heart. Huh? Come again?
Show that Zach Hughes
That's what she
had
said.
An angry heart. He was mad.
He was mad. They have to show he was mad. I mean, I will say, again, these are his own words. I mean, hopefully the jury's fucking listening, because the thing is this, that even if you say, okay, sure, so far we have the bike, we have the surveillance cameras, whatever else, even if they've got DNA, whatever else they fucking have, let's just say that, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but in a hypothetical situation, let's see if they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt he definitely was there, he definitely did the killing, blah, blah. In this particular case, there is literally nothing to show that he was mad at all. That Mello was mad, but so by his own definition, the jury should be like, yeah, no murder, no more. He angry heart, mad. Don't think so.
And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen,
are you saying
about a number of characters?
Twiz.
The main character is Christina Parcell. She was murdered on October 13th, 2021. And she was living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister, Tina Parcell, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living in that neighborhood, in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello since Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they had been battling custody between...
And here, just a second, we're going to get to the part about the relationship with Zach Hughes.
Over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020, when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood. So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case?
Right.
Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy.
Okay, listen. So around the time when he left for Italy.
So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And
so the way that he says that is why this is where we got the whole thing of like a relationship. What? We still don't know the ins and outs of that, right? We still have no clue how they met, how anything. I mean, but I think that there's many of us who after last night's testimony thought that maybe potentially Mello was manipulating him with like a gay thing. Anyway, so yeah.
And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello. And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, effort to show that she's a bad mother.
Hold on. He just said something really important there that I didn't catch the first time. Hold on.
This custody battle at the behest of John Mello.
At the behest of John Mello. Did he mean to say that? That right there? Hold on.
Around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello.
Right there. Hold the fuck on. I mean, that right there is real. Like, so the definition of solicitation and conspiracy, even if there wasn't a murder, right? Let's just say that the inserting himself meant the harassment, right? Sending of the photos or whatever. Already, and no matter whatever, it's what he's saying is the actions that Zach Hughes took were at the behest of John Mello. Mind-blowing.
And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, effort to show that she's a bad mother. And as the custody dispute it elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first and murder. And the grand jury, true bill of these cases, they came out, and these are the charging documents. And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. He committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
That's it. No roadmap.
Hang on, make the court defense for opening until our case.
And that's it. The defense says they're going to defer opening until their case. So that should be tomorrow. I will see what they do. That's it. Like 5 seconds. That's the opening statement. So now, next up, we have a little presentation here. Actually, before we do the presentation, we need to do this first. Hold on. So, okay. So what is this? So remember how last night there was some different testimony about the doors from the sister, right? And they had kind of mentioned side door, and then they were saying back door. And I was like, are there 3 doors? And so I wanted to double check on this. I already looked, but I'll just show you guys because that really matters, right? Is there a 3rd door? Or are there only the 2 doors? So here's, if we take a look from this side, there's no side door, right? You can tell there's no side door. And then if we go this way, no side door. So when you hear side door, think back door. They're synonymous. So that's important for what we're going to get into next. Side door, back door, same. Okay, so now we will go back to here. All right. What's going on with the back door? I mean that in many different respects. Here it is. scary. Doorgate. So why? So Doorgate, right? Because we in every trial we've had gates. I can't remember what we had in Murdoch, but in Ezra we had a pillow gate. With Casey Anthony, we have ladder gate. There's always a gate. So here we have Doorgate.
And so where are you going down here? The side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked and had good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he'd come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So
They always kept the back door unlocked.
and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the
entry
door
to.
being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in.
All right, now we're going to hear from him.
And when you
There he is.
arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people
And the
there.
door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went to the front door. No, they might have gone to the back door. That's right.
Crazy.
Is that the door that you used to enter
Yes,
the house?
yes.
Okay, so you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
What an answer. Okay,
So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have
this is where it gets insane.
a key for the back door. And since I didn't own the home, I couldn't change the locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door. That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door.
So what that sounds like to me is like the back door locks automatically. And this is important. So, because why else would that happen, right? Like, listen again.
First month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door.
So like if they're just like, if they're in their house and they were just like opening the door to go outside to go play in the backyard, and then it's like, oh shit, we're locked out. That means the door must, in other words, it has to be one of those doors that like locks automatically, right? Because if it was unlocked, like, I mean, obviously it's unlocked from the inside, right? But then the only reason that they wouldn't be able to get back in is if it somehow locked. There's doors that are like that, right? So that's what that sounds like to me.
And like I crawled into the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were at home,
When
we
you
would
say back door, is that the door down the side of the driveway?
yes, I would go into the sunroom, which was my office. And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to lock it up at night when leaving, etc.
So you would lock both doors when y'all were.
So however, that though makes me think a little bit differently, because if the door was automatically always locked from the outside, then you wouldn't have to remember to lock it unless you wanted to lock yourselves in. So I'm wondering if when she was saying the bit about how they would get locked out, I'm wondering if it's like, two of them were outside playing and one was inside, but I guess locked the door. I don't know. It's this is confusing.
And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to lock it up at night when leaving, etc.
So you would lock both doors when y'all were going to sleep at night.
Yes, and it's just part of that nighttime routine. You check the doors, you turn off the lights, slide the deadbolt on.
So like what she's saying here makes normal sense, right? You lock the door so no one can get in from the outside. But the part that doesn't make sense is then how they would get locked out when they went to go play in the backyard. And this really matters because the door thing here is, there's a lot of questions.
The front door that had a little slidey lock, and then go on down the hallway.
So if you were going to get out of your car in your driveway and you're coming home from work, which door would you typically use?
Always the front door, not typically, always.
Always the front door.
Yes.
So it would be normal for if Christina Parcell arrived home from a job interview, which door would you imagine she would enter into?
She could only enter the front door.
So Frank's, thank you. Frank's, ours is like that. It has a button that is unlocked if it is in the 12-6 position and locked if it is in the 9. Okay. Interesting. So does it have to be unlocked for you to open it from the inside? I guess not then, right? Like, Frank's is a girl, by the way, Twiz. Like in other words, let's just say that the door is already locked, like via the description that you're giving me, Frank's here. Like, cause right, this is interesting. So like, let's just say it's locked. So if you want to go outside from the back door or whatever, you have to unlock it, right? I'm trying to figure out. Okay, you can turn the door handle from the inside no matter what position it's in. Okay. So then so I can see that makes sense then. So then I could see how this could happen because you wouldn't know it was locked because you go to turn the door handle and the door handle always works. That makes sense then, right? Because like what I was thinking is if you go to try to leave the house from that door and you can't open it, then you're like, oh, I have to unlock it. But that's interesting. Okay. Okay. That's probably what this is then, right? That would make sense. That would make sense for what she said. Thank you for that. That helps a whole lot. So the thing that's so crazy is the part from Bradley Post, right? Because there's a lot of questions about these doors. Like, first of all, how did Zach Hughes, if it was him, right, get in the front door? We don't know which door he must have left. Okay. Remember, when they arrived on scene, that front door was locked from the inside. So I guess he must have locked that, or the suspect must have locked that. Maybe. But in other words, and that particular doorknob was the one with a key, right? So in other words, that door isn't in the same situation as the back door. So that lock would have that was one of those doors where you'd have to actually intentionally lock it after getting inside. And so that would mean he must have gone out the back door, right? Now, remember, when law enforcement arrived on scene, the door was already open like that, right? But we know Bradley Post went inside. But the reason this is so confusing is because Brad Post told the responding officer, and on the stand, his testimony was way more wishy-washy, but that the back door was always open. He knew it would be unlocked. And that, I mean, besides the fact that there's like, it could be like impeachment issues, like that doesn't match the testimony we heard from the sister. Besides that, like, it seems like it would be locked, right? I mean, because she said that you could only get in through the front door. So like, it sounds to me like that door, this back door was the opposite of what Bradley Post said. It sounds like this door would have always been locked from the outside, right? The only confusing part was if you're on the inside, right? Because the door handle would always work, like Frank said. So, I mean, so they didn't have keys though, because of the whole thing. She gave the whole explanation for that of like the house was in foreclosure and it was during COVID. So they couldn't actually purchase the house until the foreclosure went through and those were put on hold. So they couldn't change the locks. So there was a whole situation about that. I think that they figured that if Mello was going to try to kidnap the daughter, it would have been when they were outside, versus maybe coming into the house. I don't think they were scared of getting murdered at that point. I think they were scared of him kidnapping the daughter. I think that after the murder, now they're probably all scared of that too. But my was like, how did Brad get in the house? Like, and it's interesting because with the door being open like this, then yeah, you can see if you're a first responding officer and they're like, how did you get in the house? Oh, the back door's always unlocked, and look, it's already open, right? And what's interesting is, right, had that door been closed, let's just say that Brad Post got in somehow and then closed that back door instead of leaving it wide open, then potentially law enforcement would have been like, wait, the door's locked, we can't get in. And then they would have been like, well, how did you get in? Potentially. But this is why it's weird, right? Because it's like, last night I was asking the question, I was like, the only thing I can figure is that the suspect must have intentionally left the door open when they left, so that the person who would come home and find the body would get in, right? You see where I'm going with this? Because none of this makes any sense. And like, if that's the case, then that would mean that Brad Post is potentially involved in this. They were all you know what I mean? Or maybe Mello gave him instructions to do this, but I don't know that Mello would have known the door situation. I mean, and then again, it's just, why else? Why would Brad Post be sitting there telling first responding officers at the time, right? Like, yeah, the door's always unlocked. That's how I got in. And then his testimony on the stand was very wishy-washy. Like, let's listen again, because this is crazy.
To the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the door being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people
And the
there.
door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went to the front door. No, they might have gone to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter
Yes,
the house?
yes.
So you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it's the front door or the back door that they.
See, he's not answering that question. Look. This is weird.
No, they might have gone to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used
The question is that the door that you used to get in the house?
to enter
Yes,
the house?
yes.
So you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it's the front door or the back door that they entered.
You guys see why this is weird? So one of the things that I hope the state brings up as we get into their very last witnesses here is I hope they have somebody who can explain this with the front door and the back door, and especially how did the suspect get inside? Remember how they had that marker with the little hole thing? And I was like, what's that about? I mean, I think if they can't explain, after the jurors heard all this testimony about the door situation and they've seen the images of the suspect on the front doorstep go, and remember, the dude said, like, you can see him opening the door. I mean, if they can't offer an explanation as to how that happened, that would be a problem for me as a juror. Hi, Beth, welcome. So that's one thing. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go back through some of this cell phone testimony from last night, and I'm going to take notes and try to make some sort of a timeline that hopefully I can share with you guys on screen. And because the way this information was presented, it was by category. And so we're going to break it down and see what, so we can reiterate or rather confirm what's going on here.
If you need to send off a legal process.
Okay, so this part isn't really important for the time frame. This is just saying how they connected the phone to the person because of the accounts. So we can go to the next report.
Large amount of activity that you're doing on your phone.
Plugged in or unplugged.
Correct.
Okay, here we go. This is important. All right.
You recognize that exhibit? For objection. Column 1.
Okay.
And I'll see it there. All right. So tell us what that column 1 is, and we're just going to go down the columns, and you can tell this jury what is this telling you?
That just it gives you the time. It's a time date stamp for the value of the event that you're looking at.
Okay. So
It's going to show you basically in the values that it was.
So it's going, so looking on the left-hand side, start time. So this is on the 10/13, the day of the homicides, right? And AM, and it's going in chronological order. So we're going to look to see if there's a gap.
In.
Hold on, let me get my iPad.
source over here.
That just tells you basically where it was found by the Cellebrite program in the database. That's where it extracted it out.
So looking at number 1, what's the date and time and the end time, and what was the event?
Okay, so we're going to go forward a little bit because we need to get closer in time.
Let's go to number 2.
13th, it's
Okay.
telling you that the phone was unlocked.
So at 7 a.m., phone is still on.
Number 7,
Phone again unlocked at 7:07.
and then number 8.
The phone is again unlocked at 7:41.
What is the end time on number 8?
I'm sorry.
The end time?
Okay.
Is that a start time and an end time? Oh, sorry.
Move it up.
Okay, that's important. Yeah, move it up. Oh, wait.
All right. There you go.
7:42.
7:42. Hold on.
The tad.
Move it up.
There you go.
There you go.
7:42.
Okay, let me write this down. So unlocked end time. I think that's important. Okay, let me keep playing this.
All right. So then I'm going to show you column number 9.
Yep. All right. Yep. Okay. Well, I'll play it.
What is that?
Phone was off.
Column number 9.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. At 7:42 a.m., the device is plugged in.
And then what about the end time?
End time is 11:34.
And then I'm going to go to number 10, and then we're going to go back to number 9. What's number 10?
10 is at 10:34, the device is plugged in.
11:34.
Is that 11:34?
I'm sorry, 11:34.
Device is plugged in. All right. So explain to this jury what this gap in time is. We've got 7:42 to 11:34.
So wait, plugged in. Hold on, let me think. Well,
It's just showing that the phone has not been manipulated, plugged in, turned on, unlocked, any of those normal things that happen with the
Yeah.
phone
It's not being utilized.
not being.
actually, it might, let me just look at this again. Okay, so it might not be, I was thinking unlocked. So here, actually, let me go back. Unlocked and plugged in that's important, the difference there. So let me see. Forward a little bit. Hold on.
And so number 3?
At 5:56 a.m. on the 13th,
And number 5?
locked at 6:00. Phone again unlocked at 7:06.
Is the end time on number 8?
I'm sorry.
The end time, is that a start time and an
I,
end time?
I
Oh, I'm
need to
sorry.
move it up
Move it
just a
up.
tad.
Move it up.
There you go.
There you go.
7:40.
Okay, unlocked end time is 7:42. Okay, unlocked end time is 7:42. Okay,
42. The device is plugged in.
all right. So interesting. What's interesting, let me move this. Look why I say what's interesting. Okay, so check this out. So it says it's 7:42 to 11:34. I had this written down from a different part with the activity. I had written down 7:41 to 11:35. So this is matching. We're going to get to that again, but it's matching that window, which is why I wanted to look at this. So 7:42 plugged in. End time 11:34. But then look at look at this, guys. This is insane. So 11:34:48, that's the end time, right? But now the start time of plugged in is 11:34:48. And the end time is 11:34:49. Okay, no, yeah, the phone was off. The phone was off. The phone was off because there's no change. So check it out. Here's what I mean, right? The thing that's missing here is an end time. Like in other words, if the phone wasn't powered off, these numbers would be different. 11:34:48. This would have to be the second one where there's another event logged. That would have to be a different time. So what this says to me is that the phone was powered off while it was plugged in at 7:42:16. And then it was powered on. So that event, because that starts a new event, right? When the phone's powered back on. So that ends that event and starts another event, but the phone is still plugged in because it's plugged in at 11:34:48, but it logged a new event for that. And then it ended at 11:34:49. So that's what it is. So the phone was powered off while it was plugged in. It was powered back on while it was plugged in. And the next second after it was powered back on, it was unplugged. That's what that looks like to me. Does that make sense? Twiz is joking, although it's mostly Heather. No, I'm just kidding. He's mad because I changed his command because we had a. Where's Heather? Heather's responsible for the new nickname. George will stick. Yeah. I think that's what it is. Because, like, for example, if the phone had been powered on, right? And let's say that the end time at 11:34:48, let's say if the phone had been powered on, and then the reason this was an end time here at 11:34:48 was because the phone was unplugged, but it was already powered on, then there would have been an elapse in time when it starts another event of being plugged in. But instead, it's exactly the same. So because the thing is, when you power the phone off, right, it's going to be in that same state as it was when you power it off. So when you power it back on, it's picking up where it left off. So let me write this down. Unlocked end time, and then plugged in. Now, I don't know if the state's going to bring in somebody to explain all that to the jury. Plugged in 7:42. So it was plugged in at the same time as it was last unlocked. The last unlocked, so the unlocked end time which means the last time it was unlocked was 7:42. That's also when it was plugged in. Plugged in at 7:42. And then the end time of that, this one, the milliseconds matter, 11:34:48. But then it logs another event for being plugged in at the exact same timestamp. That's because the phone's being powered on. That's what that is. New event. Because there's no other reason it would log that. Like, that's the other thing, right? Like, if it was powered on and just plugged in the whole time, there wouldn't be another event here. If it was powered on. Like, if it had been powered on and just left plugged in, then the end time of, so this word, when it says plugged in at 7:42, then the end time of that would have been 11:34:49, but it's not. It logged another event because the phone powered back on. That's what that is. 11:34:48. Plugged in. And then the end time, I should probably type this up so you guys can read it. 11:34:49. Yep. Okay. So now we're going to go to the next report where it gets to what's going on here. Oh, is Kane live right now?
I did.
Did you get more reports?
Oh, okay. So internet history. So that's just showing where he connects to that house. We can skip past that. What's this one? Okay, the activity. Yay.
6 a.m. or 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the.
Here's what this is like. This is so reminiscent of Murdoch, guys. This is showing, like, remember with Murdoch, his phone was on airplane mode. You could tell when he put his phone on airplane mode because the phone was still logging steps, but it was not logging anything else, like, you know, like your location data and all the other shit that, you know, it was not, it was just steps only. And so, but that's how you knew it was powered on, but logging steps. So that's how you knew. And so airplane mode. And he didn't actually power it off. He just left it at the house when he went to go do the murders. So the thing that they're showing here, right? The point with the steps is like, because it's like with somebody running, right? Like, again, example with Murdoch, they figured out his average steps, right? How many steps he would normally take per minute or whatever. And then when all of a sudden those steps like turned, like went times 10, it's like he's moving fast, right? The joke that Creighton Waters asked him, "What'd you do?" He goes, "You were a busy little bee. What'd you do? Get on a treadmill, do jumping jacks?" It was fucking hilarious because Alex was supposed to be napping, according to him. That was what he had said. He said he was napping or whatever. And like, he just woken up from a nap and it's like the steps are like skyrocketing. So anyway, so that's what so we're going to go ahead a little bit though to where it gets a little bit later. So we're really early in the morning here. So it's distance and steps. Okay.
We're at 6:10, 6:11. You got a one flight of.
Okay. We're going to go to 7 o'clock hour. We can. Oh, wait.
And we'll go from the time frame of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
7 a.m. to 8 a.m. If you could move it up just a tad.
It's down at the bottom. There it is.
Okay, from 7 to 8 o'clock, you had two flights of stairs climbed at 11:50, 11:37. You had one.
No, I think got 14 from 7 to 8 a.m. At 7:41, how many steps were made?
At 7:41, you had 41 meters traveled.
So that's at 7:41 a.m.
Correct.
And then when is the next activity on?
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. I think they're misreading this. I hate to say that. And here's why. Because look, if you look above here where it says from 7 to 8, it says distance traveled 28.25. It doesn't give you a unit. It says distance traveled. It doesn't have steps. But then down here, it says 741. And then it says 41. So and he was saying that's meters traveled at that time, but that doesn't make any sense because then the number of the distance traveled for the entire hour should be more than 41. Okay, it says meters up here. Is this, I don't understand what I'm looking, this doesn't make any sense. I wish they'd expanded all of them, right? Because they expanded some of these and not all of them. So it's just like, I don't know.
And then when is the next activity on this phone?
So there's no other
Oh.
activity.
The point was the time of 7:41 because remember, because the time that's why. Because remember, the last time the phone was unlocked was 7:42, and that's also when it logged that it was being plugged in. So that's why 7:41 matters. Okay.
Picked up by the phone as user activity until 11:35.
Yep. And that's right after the 11:34:48. That's why that matters.
Looks like the earliest time, 11:35 a.m. on the 13th.
All right, so let's start at 11:35.
Okay. So that's the activity. I need to type this up. I mean, they should be maybe they will have some sort of exhibit that puts all this for the jury. Okay. That's what I wanted. So I'm going to put this into a document, but we'll go ahead and start watching the new testimony that we haven't watched yet. So yes. Okay. And then you guys will see, why I went through all this to clarify it. Okay. So we heard him. So we're on where we're going to pick up here. Oh no, we didn't hear him. This is where we're at right here. And we're going to get into text messages, looks like. Yay. New testimony. All right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Witness number 31.
Please state your name for the record.
Jared Sparkman,
Oh, Sparkman.
With whom are you employed?
We've
Greenville
heard about
County
him.
Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
since 2016.
And what is your current role there?
I'm the sergeant of the homicide unit.
And what is your prior employment history with law enforcement?
After I graduated from the University of South Carolina in 2008, I began my law enforcement
Gamecocks.
career with Anderson County Sheriff's Office in 2011 after I graduated the Criminal Justice Academy. I was there until 2016. I went to Greenville County Sheriff's Office in uniform patrol. I was in uniform patrol for about a year. I went to work in the white collar investigations unit.
Did you go work for
From
Sledded
there, I was
ever?
promoted to the rank of master deputy in the armed robbery unit. I was there for a period of time, and then in 2020, I went to the homicide unit. I was there until 2023. I got promoted to the rank of sergeant. I went back to uniform patrol. I was there for a few months until a sergeant position came open in homicide, and that's where I currently am. I have attended multiple advanced homicide classes. There's a 2-week class that the University of Louisville puts on. It's a very prestigious class. Multiple other week-long
Oh, by
classes.
the way, glad I remembered this. For anyone who's asking about my brother, I texted him and I was like, hey, are you doing storm chasing? He said that he was actually, when I texted him, he said he was actually on his way back from a storm chasing conference in Kansas. But then he said he's going to be chasing the snow starting on Wednesday. He didn't say where. I guess it's chasing it wherever it goes, right? No, they're the Gamecocks. University. Oh, if you're thinking, maybe you're thinking Southern California, University of South Carolina is the Gamecocks. That came up in the Murdoch trial with like literally every witness. That's why I have this ready to go. Because a witness would get on the stand and they'd be like, yeah, so did you see that the Gamecocks I remember seeing you at the game. I mean, it was just a whole thing. It was awesome. They are 100%. And plus Gamecocks became a whole thing because, Gamecocks.
For homicide investigations, along with other advanced week-long classes such as shooting reconstruction, interview and interrogation, classes like that.
And are you the one of the lead detectives or investigators in this case?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become the lead in this particular case?
So on October 13th, 2021, it was a Wednesday, around 11 o'clock, I was at my desk at the law enforcement center. I was made aware that there was a homicide in Greer.
A murder.
I was deemed to be the lead investigator on the case. I was tasked with being the lead investigator on the case, and then I responded to the scene.
All right, so tell us, jury.
Notice how there's no confusion about who's the lead investigator, right? Remember when they were asking Brett Payne that? Yeah, there shouldn't be. It shouldn't be hard to answer that question because they don't. It's not wishy-washy, right? With law enforcement, it's like the whole thing is like delegation of tasks, right? You do this, you do that. It's like you're appointed. That's your anyway.
About responding to the scene and what you saw and what you do.
There's nothing normal about them
When I got
over there in Idaho.
I meet with Uniform Patrol, get as much information as I can from them. For a homicide investigation, there's a lot of things that need to be done and a lot of things that need to be done fairly quickly. So I delegated tasks.
Literally what I just said. You know what that is, guys? You know what that is? Holy fuck. It was a squirrely crystal ball moment.
What about, do you assess the scene and meet with different parties to figure out the situation?
Yes, sir. So one of the people that was on scene was Bradley Post. I know Bradley Post arrived in a small red Mercedes sports car. I was advised that he found his fiancee, Christina Parcell, deceased in the house.
Did you have questions about the door?
And then
Please.
Mr.
Please.
Post then went back to the law enforcement center to be interviewed while I remained on scene.
Oh, okay.
And are you gathering sort of background information about the victim?
Were you guys like, hey, he's sus as fuck?
The residents
Until you heard about Mello and you were like, oh, he's even worse.
of everyone who's living there?
Yes. That house was lived in by Christina Parcell and her sister Tina, along with Christina's daughter Aida. I know that doing some other background investigations at that house that there was priors for harassment and stalking that Ms. Parcell had filed a complaint on.
And do you then start deciding how you're going to attack the case?
Yes. So, like I said, we delegate
Attack.
tasks. One of the first things that I like to do that's important because it's time sensitive is capture cameras. I asked Investigator Stokes to canvass the neighborhood to look for any ring cameras, talk to any witnesses. A lot of times those ring cameras, or whatever cameras they are, if they're recording for NonStop, the data, the information, the footage that I need may not be there by the time I need it. So that's a time sensitive matter.
And did y'all start looking for ring cameras and those kind of things?
Yes, sir.
And were you delegating those out?
I was.
Were one of your leads to an individual named Alex Fields?
Yes, sir.
And did you talk with him about any relationship to this case?
I did.
And was it standard policy for you when you talk to somebody at this early in the stage, would you take a DNA sample of them?
Yes, at this point, we didn't have a lead. We didn't have a good lead. So anybody that we come in contact with that we feel like has a connection, we'll get a DNA sample.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 181. And ask you
If you feel so inclined and you want to remind us where you're joining us from, we love our scrolls of the world and happy to see you again, my friend. Shout out to all the SDSers.
This is still sealed, but I know that inside of this is the buccal swab that I got from Alex Fields.
So you did take his buccal swab?
I took it myself, yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It's a cotton swab. It's like a long Q-tip. You just swab it inside of their cheeks. You get 2 of them. You
Stick
put
it in the mouth.
In a container, put the lid on it, and you seal it up.
Is that your JDS one? Is that?
Yes, sir.
You?
That's me. Yes, sir.
Your
First,
target?
middle, and last name. Yes, sir.
And once you take the swab, you secure it in a tube,
Yes, sir.
and then what do you do with it?
I secured from property
Oh,
evidence.
awesome. We have other Canadian squirrels as well that join us regularly. So shout out to Canada.
So you're at the scene, you're looking for any leads that you can possibly get. What's your first big break?
Investigator Stokes comes to me. I'm speaking with Christina's sister, Tina, in my vehicle. He comes to me and says, we got some footage from right across the street at 121 Canebrake, which y'all seen. That's huge because not only does that give us a description of our suspect, but also gives us a time frame to start narrowing our search down for.
And so that was the ring camera of the suspect walking into the front door.
Yes, sir. That was the ring camera that shows white male in dark clothing with a backpack going into the front door of 122 Canebrake Drive.
And so from there, what did you necessarily do? By doing that, how does that narrow your investigation?
Well, we know that at that time at 9:15 in the morning, we know that that's when our suspect goes in. So we focus, we start at 9:15, we work our way out. We work forwards and backwards to try to get any video that we can find of the suspect entering the area, leaving the area, how he got there, things like that.
All right. So when was the first time you ever heard the name Zach Hughes?
First time I ever heard that name was October 22nd, 2021, when we were speaking with Michael Manigault in the interview room.
So that was your first lead towards him.
Yes, sir.
And up until that time, what have y'all been doing?
We've been interviewing and in as many people as we could that we feel like had information for this case. People that had connections to Mr. Mello, people that had connected, that knew Tina, that knew Christina, just that knew everybody. We didn't have much to go on other than that ring camera, so we were just talking as many people as we could.
Now, you spoke to Mr. Manigault. Did you take his DNA sample? Not you personally, but was his DNA taken?
His DNA was taken, yes, sir.
I think it was taken by Master Deputy Wolf.
I believe so.
Did you take his phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you send that?
That's
over to be
interesting.
Downloaded and reviewed.
We did.
So
It was Master Deputy Wolf. You could just call him Master Wolf for short. That going with the whole theme of this case, right? The level of kink is extreme.
Sort of normal protocol to take DNA samples and phones from individuals that may be potentially related to this case.
Yes, sir. There was a connection with Mr. Manigault and Mr. Mello, and obviously we know Mr. Mello was going through this heated child custody battle. We didn't have much to go on. We were still grinding away. So we just want to get as much information as we can, and if we don't need it, we don't need it. But
There is here.
And
By the way,
so
Heather
was
Twiz loves his new
next big-
command.
Your next big break was the flock camera.
yes, sir. When we were speaking with Mr. Manigault, Investigator Wolf, who spoke to y'all earlier, he went and did some research on Mr. Hughes and did some research, found his truck, found him on the flock camera, as you saw the day of the murder, with that bicycle
Bicycle.
in the back of the truck.
Bicycle.
And that was the only day that
He
bicycle was in
wants
the back.
to ride. Oh, hey now.
So did you?
Sorry, I was
No.
so busy singing. He wants to ride his bicycle. He wants to ride his bike. He wants to ride his bicycle. So Twiz was actually mentioning this. Remember about how often is that vehicle in the truck? Truck.
With that bicycle in the back. You saw Gator Wolf, who spoke to y'all earlier. He went and did some research on Mr. Hughes and did some research, found his truck, found him on the flock camera, as you saw the day of the murder, with that bicycle in the back of his truck. And that was the only day that bicycle was in the back of that truck.
Okay, so I'm going to push back on that, and maybe it'll come up on cross, but it's like what I would do if I were the defense attorneys, let's just put it that way, is like, well, how many times do you have him on camera? Like, they can't say, like, in other words, he can't say definitively that was the only time that was in the back of the truck. It would just be that was the only time that it was caught on one of their flock cameras, right? That it was in the back of the truck. So, you can't just make, you can't just make statements like that. But anyway, but that's interesting. So what that means then, though, is that allegedly, potentially, the defendant may have driven to the neighborhood, right? And I'm trying to remember, I'll have to pull it up. I wonder how far his house where he was staying at is from the victim's house, because it must have been too far to ride his bike, right? You know what I mean? Like, it must have been too far to where he had to drive and park it there. See, now I want to find that address again. We didn't Google Maps that. We didn't know we needed to. So let's do this real quick. We'll come right back here. 61010. Okay, got it. And we're going to go back earlier where, just to get the address, grab the address and Google Maps it. The dude who was like, hey, we pulled up and there he was, like, at the French doors. Who was that dude? Was it Deputy Wolf? Which dude was that? It might have been this dude. I think it was this dude with the nice tie. We liked his tie. I think it was. Let's see.
Just very briefly, investigation
showed you the first page of that report. Would you recognize it?
Yes.
Let me show you what it states, 173.
Or no, he was dealing with the no, it wasn't him. It was those were all the pictures.
Showing you states 173.
Maybe it was Deputy Wolf. Maybe it was this part.
So what was the basis of that?
So when we receive somebody's Google information, we obtain more than just emails. We get account information they provide Google. Mr. Mello and his Google account, I have photos of himself and his daughter.
Fuck.
While you were doing that, was there a particular email that?
I think it was when. So this is Deputy Wolf's second time. I think it was this testimony because remember how we were so impressed with his subsequent search warrants? That would have included. Maybe it was earlier on. Let's see. That would have included though him arriving at the house. Let's see. Maybe it was right here at the beginning of his testimony.
Master Deputy Wolf, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Cell phone.
That email address. What did you do?
I then obtained a search warrant for the email address. Since I knew that
Okay.
Mr. Hughes had been in communication with John Mello. John Mello's overseas. They obviously have to communicate through electronic means.
And
Okay. New plan. I'm going to just Google it and see if I can find online what the address was so we don't have to keep looking through all this testimony. Maybe it was on the previous day, but yeah, because I just wanted to get his address to be like, how far was it, right? Because he apparently would have maybe potentially driven the truck. So back up a little bit here. Okay, this is exactly where we were. So
did you? Is that when y'all
excellent.
were able to get a warrant for 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir.
Was that
Hi,
the
man.
residence of Zach Hughes?
Woo!
And at 200 Tyndall,
Yes.
Is that first time you all really laid eyes on Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to seize his phone?
We did.
And what do you do when you seize these phones? I know there's multiple phones. For example, you obviously seized and took the victim's phone.
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcell.
Yes, sir.
So is Zach Hughes' phone? What do you do with
What do
it?
you mean here?
We take it and we get a search warrant for it and we send it to our unit that does data extractions on cell phones, and they get as much information off of that cell phone as they can.
And now once those downloads are
Am I too fast? I need to see I missed some things.
including that, I think Jim Perry talked about Cellebrite Reader, and I think we spent a lot of time looking at Cellebrite Reader just a moment ago. Do you review that with the experts on the phone side, or y'all coordinate with that information that you derive from that phone?
Yes, sir. We review it. I'll review it on my own. I'll review it with them because, they're more familiar with
Thanks,
with
Franks.
that process. So
Okay,
we do it
55.
together.
Thank you.
And what are you looking for inside those phones?
Looking for anything from pictures to location data to phone calls. We look through the address book, messages, anything that we can get out of that phone is what we're looking through.
And on Zach Hughes' phone, we've heard some testimony to it. Were you able to locate WhatsApp messages?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall sort of the difficulty in those WhatsApp messages that you had in your investigation?
What are you talking about here?
Tell us
Too
your about
fast?
So those WhatsApp messages, when they were recovered from Zach Hughes' cell phone, when we got them, they were in a scrambled state. The words weren't in order how they should be. It made no sense.
I'm gonna have to
The
back
reason-
this up. Okay, hold on. I missed a lot in the chat, and this is important because I love you guys. Hi, Kane. So many things. Steve, welcome. If I recall, you're in Canada, right? Because if you are in Canada, we've got another Canada friend. Actually, we might have 2 Canada friends right now in the chat. We have, sorry, yeah, I think we've got maybe 2 people. But anywho, potentially, well, actually, I don't know about money, more like maybe like manipulation through like a gay thing or maybe threatening. We don't really know yet. And then I had a question for Too Fast. I don't know. Are you referring to, what are you referencing here with the DNA part and the docs part? I don't know if that even has anything to do with me, but oh, carryover combo. Okay. I don't know. If it doesn't, just let me know if I need to know what's happening, people. Okay, so I'm going to back this up, but let me just see if I can find the address there. So, Zachary. Let me pull this up. Well, I can look for this. Okay, we'll go back to the testimony. I'll keep looking for this address that I'm seeking, and I'm going to back this up so we can hear what this is about, this location data. Okay.
Sir, we review it. I'll review it.
Oh, the location data was all scrambled? Wait. Okay.
For example, you obviously seized and took the victim's phone.
Hi, Tonka.
Christina Parcell.
Yes, sir.
So with Zach Hughes' phone, what do you do with it?
We take it and we get a search warrant for it, and we send it to our unit that does data extractions on cell phones, and they get as much information off of that cell phone as they can.
And now once those downloads are produced and put in that, I think Jim Perry talked about Cellebrite Reader, and I think we spent a lot of time looking at Cellebrite Reader just a moment ago. Do you review that with the experts on the phone side, or y'all coordinate with that information that you derive from that phone?
Yes, sir. We review it. I'll review it on my own. I'll review it with them, as they're more familiar with that process. So we do it together.
Okay. And what are you looking for inside those phones?
Looking for anything from pictures to location data to phone calls. We look through the address book, messages, anything that we can get out of that phone is what we're looking through.
And on Zach Hughes' phone, we've heard some testimony to it. Were you able to locate WhatsApp messages?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall sort of the difficulty in those WhatsApp messages that you had in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
So those WhatsApp messages, when they were recovered from Zach Hughes' cell phone, when we got them, they were in a scrambled state. The words weren't in order how they should be. It made no sense. And the reason for that is when a WhatsApp is deleted from a device and then recovered using what they use to do the forensic download of the phone, when they're recovered, they're in a scrambled state.
And now in WhatsApp, if we communicate with each other on my phone to your phone in WhatsApp, is there any way to get that information from the WhatsApp corporate office?
No, WhatsApp is encrypted end to end. We'll send a search warrant to WhatsApp, and there's nothing they can give us as far as the meat and potatoes of these conversations. What they'll give us is the account information of each number, of each WhatsApp number, and that's basically it.
And did you in fact send a search warrant to WhatsApp?
We did.
And did you get any of these messages from WhatsApp?
No, sir.
Now, did you review all of those WhatsApps?
Yes, sir.
And about how many WhatsApps do you think you reviewed?
It was a lot, hundreds and hundreds.
Enough to fill a thick binder?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you went through all of those?
Yes, sir.
And in those WhatsApps, when you're reading the messages, are the words in a coherent order, or do you have to kind of analyze what they are?
I have to analyze what they are.
And did you analyze what they are in relation to the facts that of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you able to pull relevant WhatsApp messages that you believe to be relevant to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been into evidence, State's Exhibit 173.
Yes.
So what is State's Exhibit 173?
This is the first page of the report that was extracted from Zach Hughes' cell phone.
So remember where we left off last night was with all the cell phone data, right? And we reviewed that at the beginning of tonight with going through the timeline. And I laid out, and I'm working on making a document. I'm doing a lot of things at once right now as I'm trying to find other things. I'm going to make a document to show you guys why it proves that the phone was powered off. But this is the next part. This is continuing along with the cell phone data, right? We're towards the end of day 3. They took a break. They came back. This is the first witness since the break, and the first witness that we're watching tonight, where it's a new witness. So anyway, so now they're getting in. Remember all the WhatsApp stuff, right? So this is because we know it's encrypted. So what he's going through here is basically the process of how they go through unscrambling the WhatsApp messages so that they can figure out what the fuck they say. Because that's how he communicated with John Mello. So this is really, really important.
It shows a WhatsApp conversation. This conversation is between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
So would this be the first WhatsApp communication between those two individuals
Yes,
that you recovered?
that we recovered. Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the date of that?
December 7th, 2020.
Is that October 7th?
I'm sorry, October 7th, 2020.
There you go. Is that better?
Yes,
And so it says instant messages, and up there, what's that number right there?
1,769.
And what does this say right here?
That says Scrambled.
Wow. This is
And
really
is
interesting.
this date accurate right here?
What's really interesting about this, right, is because guys, this is the first time I've seen this in a trial where anyone's endeavored to do this. How many trials do we see where they're using WhatsApp? It comes up all the time, WhatsApp or some other type of service, something like that, right? Where it's like, they're just like, yeah, we can't, we don't know. They just don't even bother. They just go off of whatever was an iMessage or whatever, right? This is the first time I've ever seen. And the thing is like, we know how these work, right? Whether it's WhatsApp or maybe Telegram, this is the whole thing. And in fact, remember all the testimony we keep watching with Wendy Adelson on the stand, and they ask her, and it's like, so what's the deal with WhatsApp? You know that they're encrypted and law enforcement can't read it. And she's like, I feel like they can, but like blah, blah, blah. And it's like, basically, it's kind of unclear, right? It's like, is the problem that they can't get a search warrant for it? Like they can't even obtain it because it's protected that way? Or is it because they can turn it over, but it's all scrambled? I mean, I never knew the answer. This is providing the answer to that question of just how it works, right? For any of us that are using those types of apps, where it's an end-to-end encryption, I would imagine it's probably pretty similar process between the different ones. So it looks like it's not a thing of like they can't get it through a search warrant. It looks like it's a problem of like, oh, it's all scrambled and then nobody endeavors to unscramble it. This is the first time I've seen how this process can play out. And the reason is because here it's so vitally important because they relied on WhatsApp entirely and there's so many communications. And that's why they took the time like, this is crazy. So I've never seen this in a trial where anyone has tried to do this. Have you guys? I'm curious.
Time in which it was sent accurate?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
I know that when Cellebrite provides the report, they automatically adjust the time to make it correct.
So it's in Eastern
They
Standard
go
Time.
from, they convert it, I guess is a better way to put it, convert it from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
Frank's
All right. And so
facts.
this first message from Zach, and I'm assuming that's
We never want to help people criminal better, but accurate. Frank says you'd really fuck them up if it was all written in Pig Latin. Yup. You know what? Maybe that's the answer. That is freaking hilarious.
Zach up there.
Yes, this report, it pulled a picture of Zach Hughes. And also when we got the return back from WhatsApp, it did give us that picture as his profile picture. It's his picture. It has his telephone number that ends in 0020. Says Zachary Hughes owner.
And so what is this first message on October 7th, 2020 at 11:40 a.m.?
It says, it's John Zach.
So when we're talking about scramble, is this an easy sort of example of the scramble?
Yes, sir. I feel confident I could unscramble that.
So what do you think? What would you derive from that as far as your investigation?
Well, knowing that this text is from John Mello, because it has right here his number at whatsapp.net and says John Mello. We know that's his number because that number was in his email signature from the Google emails that we sent. So I know it says Zach. I know it says Zach. It's John.
And you also know that. Do you know that Zach spells his name Z-A-C-K?
I do know that. I know that some documents were located in his room at 200 Tyndall, and that's how his name was spelled on it.
And then this would be a response.
So Frank's is saying the thought of a bunch of detectives sitting around trying to decipher. I know, scrambled Pig Latin. I know that's the funniest thing. Also, I have a question for you, Franks, because Franks has been recently approved to, correct me if I'm getting any of this wrong, but approved to participate in like a certification, right, for something related to IgG. And so I've been really excited to see how that's going, if you've started that yet, and if you have any knowledge about how, like, I don't know if it's through who it's through, but I'm wondering if you have any knowledge about the FBI and their efforts to start including branches that will do their own IgG in-house. So let me know. That is hilarious. Oh my God, you guys are so funny. You guys are so funny.
Right there. And so again, it says, what does it say?
It says scrambled.
All right. And this little
Scrambled eggs.
So that little red, it's an X. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's an X, and that's on all of these messages from both parties. That means that this was a deleted WhatsApp that was recovered.
And so who was the response from?
The response is from
You guys,
Zachary
do you want
Hughes.
to try to solve it? We should try to solve these. Here's what it says. It says, is on it other the my man. Wow. Yeah. Is on it other the my man house site. So we're now seeing how this works, right? This is so fascinating. So it doesn't just scramble all the letters, it scrambles the words. Interesting, right? In other words, it's almost like, yeah, it's encrypted because it's not the exact message, but it's still possible to figure it out. That's what I'm getting here. Crazy. Is on it other the my man house side. Okay. Is it on the other side, my man? That's my guess.
And I know that because it has Zachary Hughes' phone number, ends in 0020.
And he's in green. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. On all of these messages that you will see, the ones on the left in blue are all from John Mello. The ones on the right in green are all from
Gotcha.
Zachary Hughes.
And so what does
Thanks for letting us know.
this message say?
I'm going to read it as is. It reads, is on it other the my man how side.
And
I interpret-
your interpretation.
Oh,
of that
good
is
job.
your
Yeah, I missed
investigation
the how.
into your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. I interpret that as
Oh,
how's it going on the other side?
Because he
Something
was-
to that extent.
maybe because he went to Italy.
I believe I know that because I know that at this time, Mr. Mello was on the other side of the Atlantic.
there it is.
In Italy. Mr. Hughes was in the United States.
Yeah, just Beth. Good. See, I missed the how in my guess. My guess was, what was my guess? Is it on the
So I'm
other
gonna show you
side?
Some more
How? I missed the how.
WhatsApps, and we'll
Some
go
more
through them best we can.
Wow, this is crazy.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 183. Exhibit 183. See if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, Drew, what that is?
This is a printout of some more WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zach Hughes from April the 16th of 2021 to April the 17th of 2021.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 183 into evidence. Without objection. Without objection. All right, you said the dates are April 16th, 2021. Put us in context of what's going on in this particular case in April of 2021.
If you recall, April 2021 is when Christina was able to go to Italy and bring Aida back to the United States.
Can you
South Carolina.
remind me where you're joining us from if you want to?
All right.
Oh my God, Beach Bum, spot on. It's like the show with Vanna White. Yep.
Message. And it's in blue. So who's it from?
This is from John Mello.
All right. And what does that message say?
Up in WhatsApp, you was setting sorry.
In relation to this investigation, do you have any significant interpretation of that?
It says WhatsApp in there.
What's that? So you derive, it's talking about what's that?
It's talking about this application.
And then the next one is, what's the date of that one?
The date is
Shout out to
April 17th,
Ohio.
April 17th, 2021.
Like the
It's
song.
at 6:55 a.m.
And
This is from John Mello. It says secret phone number got I dude.
I just want to reiterate how for me how like groundbreaking this is. We've never seen this before in a trial. I've never seen it. I'm still curious to see if you guys have ever watched a trial that has done this. Normally, again, when we hear about these encrypted messages, they just don't come in. This is what it looks like. We are seeing what it looks like. And it's so crazy, right? Because it's like, again, it's scrambled, but it's solvable. You just have to change the order of the words. So each one of these was a puzzle. Like, think about that. Each one of these messages is like a puzzle, and you have to try to figure out what it says by changing the word order. It's wild. I'm so glad we're getting to see this.
so how did you interpret
I mean,
that?
it might be a first, but this is being
I
done.
interpret that as, dude, I've got Christina's private number.
And then what looks like 2 minutes later.
Oh yeah, you could go visit Heather.
The same date, April 17th, 21.
You guys are so funny. You guys are so funny.
And what does that one say?
This is a message from John Mello. It says, harass shit of her.
Ooh,
5142. We can the 864
Wait.
out 483.
Is it from John? Is it from Mello? Hold on. Did he say from?
This is a message from John Mello.
I mean, right here. You got like, how the fuck? And for anyone who missed it, we started the stream by going back to the opening statements. And I caught something that I had missed the first time we watched them, which is that literally in the opening statements, the state even says that, you know, they mentioned the thing about the relationship, right? And it's like the relationship, blah, blah. And then it's like, and then it says, and then the custody started happening. And then literally what it says is, Zach Hughes takes steps and blah, blah. And then he says, at the behest of John Mello. And I'm like, why? He literally says that, at the behest. But this is also that same thing. He's giving him a direct order. This jury must be like, what is happening? And why is he not the one on trial? But also, like I said last night, this is totally laying that groundwork for Mello's trial. Totally. 100%.
Harass shit of her 5142.
Wow. This is the definition of solicitation and conspiracy.
483.
So how did you interpret that in relation to this case?
I believe he's providing Christina's phone number, which I know ends in 5142. He's saying harass the shit out of her.
Back to the top. What is that first message there?
This is a message from John Mello on April 17th of 21 at 8:33 a.m. He sends a JPEG image. You can't tell, you don't know what the image is. It didn't recover the image, only that an image was sent.
All right, so why can't you recover the images?
Because it's encrypted. The fact that it was encrypted and the fact that it was deleted from his phone, the images weren't able to be recovered.
The next one?
The next one's from John Mello, same date at 8:33 a.m. It says, email please to this me photo.
And Zach Hughes' response?
Excellent, haha.
Now you don't know what
Wait, that's not Scrambled.
No, sir.
Do you know when John Mello emailed Zach Hughes photos of Christina Parcell with no clothes on? We've looked at them all morning.
I know it was around this time. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was around this time.
What about May, middle of May?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? All right, back to the top.
This is a message from Zach Hughes to John Mello. The same date at 8:37, just did. He, right after that, says, of her, photo, great. Great photo of her is how I see that.
Here's what we're learning here also, right? That it is possible for those who are using end-to-end encryption things, if they're going to be doing crimes and they're communicating, as again, we hear this in a lot of cases, but usually there's not so much communication, you know, but people think that, again, it's like that you can get away with things or it's never going to be recoverable or it's not going to be caught, right? What we are seeing here is that it's not the case. Like, this is really crucial, right? If you're using one of these services and you're trying to do crime, they can still, and it's just, I think it's just a level of motivation. How motivated are they to put the time in to decode these? Because we're seeing here, it's still possible. Like, which is crazy. It's like, yep, you can't get away with it that way. You know what I mean? Because I think that was what many people think, right? It's like this is crazy. Again, it's like, yeah, it's Scrambled, but it's totally not beyond figuring it out, which is just amazing to see this. Now we know.
John Mello, just shortly after, responds with thanks.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I don't have an interpretation for that.
Reverse the enigma. That sounds like an enigma in and of itself.
This is also on April 17th of 21 at 8:38. Zach Hughes messages, let's talk later, next hour's teaching. I'm the 6'4" butt. I translate that as, let's talk later. I'm teaching. He's busy teaching something.
Piano. He's teaching piano. Of course he is. Oh my God. He's probably teaching for the next, what is it? Next 6 hours. Yep. So, you know, that's what I'm doing when I'm not live streaming, is teaching violin. I mean, of course, he's teaching private piano lessons. Can you imagine being one of his private students and then being like, oh my God, he's on trial for murder? I can't even wrap my head around this at all. At all.
Piano lessons or some type of musical.
Yes, piano lessons.
He then states shortly after, you stop thinking, guys, been about 9. And Mr. Mello responds with thanks, okay.
Wait,
And then thank you, brother.
I've been thinking about you guys. Hold on. That's from weird. Hold on. From Zach, right? The green is Zach, right? Yeah. So he said to John Mello, been thinking about you guys nonstop. That right there just shows what is going on with this. That's fucked. That's fucked. That's you guys right there. That is the mind control that Mello had on him. Wow.
Something likely
Oh my God.
piano lessons or some type of musical lessons.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, behoove is another
It
one.
then states shortly
Yep.
after, you stop thinking,
Behoove.
guys, been about non. And Mr. Mello responds with thanks, okay. And then thank you, brother.
Yeah, he better say thank you when someone says that. Like, dude, this is so messed up though.
This message is from John Mello, April 17th of 21 at 8:39. It states, dollar burner phone, buy cheap, a store. I interpret that he's telling him to buy cheap burner phone from a store. He then states, haha, something else, no for. And then he states, message, ignore that last, shortly after. Then Mr. Mello again states, burner pay, get, will, I, a, but.
What do you interpret that as?
Looks like he's saying he'll pay for the burner phone.
What do we use a burner phone for?
A lot of people use, in my training experience, they use burner phones when they don't want, what's on their actual phone to come out.
Like it
A lot
is
of-
now
a lot of,
with
it's
the
used in a lot
unscrambling?
of drug deals. It's just a cheap phone that people can get. They're not associated with that number, and they can toss it when they're finished with it.
All right.
Can they burn the burner phone? I mean, that's kind of inception-y, but we do know there was a burn pit involved here, potentially. Did he burn a burner phone? That's what I want to know. Kimmy's using all the new vocabulary, right? Behest. We got a behoove. Excellent. Love it. You're using them right. You're using them right. You're doing awesome. You're a teacher. What do you teach? Love the shout out to all the teachers out there. You're hilarious.
Three states 184. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Are those the WhatsApp messages that reviewed we've been discussing?
These are still the WhatsApp messages in the same report from May the 15th of 2021 to May the 20th of 2021.
All right. I'm going to show you the first one here. Who is this? Oh, sorry. State moves 184 the evidence. Okay.
This is Mr. Mello. He sends another JPEG image to Zachary Hughes. Again, we don't know what the image is. But with that image, he sends a message and it states, my Christina, our daughters present mother, JPEG, gentlemen, and ladies, Parcell. I interpret that as, ladies and gentlemen, I present Christina's mother.
And then is there a second?
There's a second image. It's another unknown JPEG image.
And what about that?
At 8:18 p.m., the message states Warren Escort Caroline, aka Sweet. That's relevant in this investigation because
Bam.
you saw from
There it
some
is.
of the items that were in these packages that were mailed out.
There's
Caroline
the actual
Warren's name.
proof right there
The
that
name
connects all of
Caroline
it.
Warren's
Yep.
on there.
Wow. There it is.
Those
That
are
is the proof.
items that
That's
were
the
in
proof. That's the
packages.
proof
Yes, sir.
of the murder, but of doing shit for John Mello and how they just closed all those loops right there with that. Excellent.
Show you states exhibit 185.
Well, they are taking their sweet time. So it's funny. They use this table-y thing whenever they're using the Elmo. Shout out to the Elmo.
These are more of the WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zachary Hughes. These are dated from May 23rd, 21 to July the 3rd of 2021.
State moves 185 in the evidence. Without objection.
Objection.
And we'll start at the top with the date.
This is from Mr. Mello to Mr. Hughes on May 23rd, 2021 at 2:13 p.m. Just states no. The following message is on the same, is the following day, May 24th at 3:42 a.m. It states, part the is writing its best. A few hours later at 8:15, Mello states, listen, should make that you from today, Greenville, thinking And then a couple minutes later, he sends a message that says mail.
Why did that grab your attention?
Well, that grabbed my attention because he's talking about mailing things from the Greenville area. And I know that,
Potentially.
right, potentially. And I know that we've got these, I know about these letters that have been sent out. So it piqued my interest. Mello states on the same date at 8:17 a.m. an outside mailbox.
And then does Zach Hughes respond?
Yes, sir. Zach Hughes responds at 8:18 a.m., says, all right. He follows that up with a message and it reads, I'm riding bike my way that. I interpret that as I'm riding my bike that way. And then right after that, he states, the message says, B want camera on truck. The camera, the truck won't be on camera.
Oh, okay. Fucking hell. Well, there you go. That's huge, isn't it? Of course, the truck was on camera.
John Mello at 8:19 a.m., still on the 24th of May. This message reads, Charlotte Post,
Wow.
be your day outs info flight mailed from in Wood, same mark, the it's Charlotte. I think you skipped over one. You come down a little bit.
Keeping him on.
Then Mello states,
there.
it says puts Charlotte in you, puts you in Charlotte. Mr. Mello then states at 8:20 a.m., it says, and sunglasses, baseball, wear a hat. He's saying, wear a baseball hat and sunglasses.
Now, did you, in viewing Mr. Hughes' phone, were you able to determine if whether Mr. Hughes visited Mr. Mello?
Yes.
And what about time what date did he visit Mr. Mello?
It was in June, early June of 2021.
How do you know that?
That is from just conversations that were pulled from messages from his cell phone.
Was there also a video on Zach's phone, Hughes, that you?
Yes,
looked at?
a video was pulled from Zach Hughes' cell phone, and it was a FaceTime. It was a recording of a FaceTime between John Mello and Aida Mello.
And who was doing the recording of the FaceTime?
I believe it was Zach Hughes that was doing the recording from his phone.
And who was he with in the recording?
John Mello and Zach Hughes were together.
And who was John Mello talking to?
John Mello's talking to Aida.
And about what time was that?
That was May 31st, 2021.
And was John Mello in Italy?
John Mello was in Italy. Therefore, Zach was in Italy.
All right.
Oh my God.
They continued this conversation.
Yes, sir. They continue at 8:20 a.m. John Mello's, the message says, misspelling of phone, lobby, your, into, or Poinsett, on, go, the hotel, upstairs, down, sit, and play. I believe he's saying go to the Poinsett Hotel and sit down upstairs and play, likely the piano, because that's what his background is in. At 8:21, still on May 24th, John Mello states nice. A minute later, it says, time you post downtown 27, he has even our postman, it made camera to gets by office if on stops the. I know he's talking about a postman and he's talking about a camera. He then states, from come it anywhere would. I look at that and see it could come from anywhere.
And what does Zach Hughes say?
At 8:24 a.m., it states, Balt gray baseball yesterday, a nondescript cap.
So as far as your investigation is concerned, how did you interpret that?
With these last few messages, they're obviously trying to conceal identity, trying to keep out of view of cameras that may be nearby.
And did Zach Hughes respond? Continue to respond?
At 8:24, it states from Zach Hughes, drop just my ride in a box, in N box, it, I'll, and somewhere outside bike.
So what is your interpretation of that?
He's talking about riding his bike somewhere and dropping something in a box outside.
And what does he say?
Then states, good point. Mr. Mello responds at 8:25. This message states, too hard there or find. I interpret that as they are hard to find, likely. Mr. Mello then states, office post throughs drive are at they. Something about post office.
These are all from Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir. We're still in blue. Mr. Mello at 8:26. This message says, buying the you online or postage. I think he's saying, he's asking, are you buying the postage online? Then says, this message states, just that by UA, but B are heavy, will, Shramo, easy letters. And then stamp is the next message.
Okay, so I finally found the address. That was not easy. I finally found the address of the house where Zachary Hughes was living. And so it would have been, remember, because the question I had was like, why didn't he just ride his bike all the way to the house, right? And then I was like, maybe they were too far. So it would have been an hour bike ride. So he could have done it if he felt like so inclined. But so it's a 19-minute drive by car from where he was living to get to the victim's house, or an hour bike ride, which would be why he drove the car. We still don't know where the car was parked. It's a truck, where it was parked, which seems like we should find that out at some point. I think that's important, but that must have been parked somewhere, and then took the bike. Notably, on the route from the two houses, there's a Trader Joe's on the way. Shout out Trader Joe's. Y'all know I love that place. Oh, good.
Following message is 8:27 from Mr. Mello. And Staples postage, it can sell, I think, way.
Now, earlier Zach Hughes referred to riding a bike to drop it off.
Yes, sir.
Is that important in this case?
I think it's extremely important. We obviously saw video of our suspect leaving the scene on a bicycle. At 8:41.
Remember, they have no footage of anything happening. It's just noteworthy, right? Like, the suspect was not caught on camera at all prior to 9:15. 9:15 is when the homicide would have occurred. The only thing they have prior to that is the eyewitness. And that was a mess. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, well, I guess if you want to try to solve that problem for the state, you could say, well, maybe, he took a different route there and a different route back, and the route on the way there didn't happen to have, the houses didn't have cameras. But the thing that's odd for me, though, is that so many of those houses had cameras in that neighborhood. Like, almost every house seemed to have a camera, because they had so much footage of him leaving that it strains credulity a bit that, like, if you're in that same neighborhood on that same street, but you're going a different direction, that none of those houses have cameras. So I don't know. I still have questions about that. Like, they don't have any camera footage at all, whether it's on foot, car, bike, nothing. They just have it after the fact. So it's interesting.
Zach Hughes, this message says, of I know one. Then the next message is good thought. John Mello responds with sets, you getting R2.
Are you getting 2 sets?
It looks like he's asking, are you getting 2 sets?
Are they going to talk about a knife?
Yes.
That'd be crazy.
Zach Hughes, we're at 9:04 a.m. now.
You know, it'll be
This
wild
message-
too. Like, it'll be wild if I mean, it looks like this is their entire correspondence. So it'll be wild if it gets to like the knife and maybe where to buy the flowers and shit like that. Like, that's going to be incredible to see if it gets.
Says, you let know it was much how cash paying. And then first by IAU, updated thumb drive, go have, I'll keep 2. John Mello responds with cool, okay.
Thumb drive.
Thumb drive sticks out, paying cash sticks out. Obviously, it's harder to track paying cash if you use a credit card, debit card.
All right. And what's the date of this?
We're May 24th of 21. This is at 9:07 a.m. It's the next message John Mello sends, and it says, to ruin, going their weekend. Going to ruin their weekend.
Who do you think there is referring to?
I think there is referring to Miss Parcell and everybody that received those letters.
Zach's response. Zach Hughes' response.
Yes, sir. Same date, 7:17 p.m. This message, it reads, in hold on can I-5 talk. At 8:21 p.m., the message from Zach Hughes states, before Zoom, you, yeah, Stathicus, we, if want, and the can chat. Mello responds at 7:18 a.m. on the 26th at call 9:15. And we are at July the 3rd of 21. This is 1:09. Zach Hughes responds with headed Marina, friends, I'm with to thee. John Mello responds at 1:09 p.m. on July the 3rd. 1 minute call.
Which is probably
Call in 1 minute. This is at 1:45 p.m. from Zach to John. It says, it reads, sounds is on post like low funds.
now. Do you see how he spells post?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to States Exhibit 2. How is post spelled on this envelope on States Exhibit 2?
It's incorrectly spelled Poast.
What's weird about that is that Zach Hughes certainly knows how to spell. I mean, he went to Juilliard. I don't know what the deal is. If it's like a voice to text thing. Do you guys ever have this happen where there's certain words that your phone decides you're saying that are completely not real words? Like, I'll give you an example. Whenever I'm doing like voice to text for something, when I say the word Elantra, you guys know what that's from. For whatever reason, my phone types it it puts it in all caps. I have no idea why, every time. I have a violin student named Madeline. Whenever I'm doing voice to text and I say Madeline, it automatically makes it Madeline 'S, like possessive. I mean, so I'm wondering if, like, even when the address and shit on the envelope was misspelled, I'm wondering if he didn't type that. I'm wondering if because ostensibly he could have just done voice to text into his phone and then like printed it from his phone and maybe he didn't notice it. I don't know. It's interesting. I can't figure that out at all. Like, you have to have good grades. Like, you can't just be good at piano. Like, you have to have good grades. It's very competitive. And classical musicians are always, I mean, it makes you smart, and they usually are overachievers and excel at everything, school and whatnot related. So this is odd. If we saw something that was like handwritten and there were a lot of misspellings, that'd be different. But, I'm wondering if it is something like that, like a voice to text. Oh, is the trial is loud it's not quiet to me for some reason. That's interesting. I wonder if that's like, are you guys thinking it's quiet? I mean, sometimes sometimes that happens with obviously court footage, but this sounds normal volume to me. Oh, cool. Look at that. Yeah, OBS. I did actually try OBS one time, and I almost thought I should contact the company and tell them all the things that they need to improve to make it usable. So I didn't. I tried, not doable for me. Maybe if you've got like a huge ass type of monitor and some way of like changing the colors of their font. But anyway, I couldn't, like, the text was like gray, dark gray and the background is like darker gray. And like, I couldn't even read what any of it, like, it was just not good. Yeah. And that makes sense. But like, I'm not a high tech squirrel, you guys know. So it's low for you. Interesting. I don't know why that is. It sounds normal to me. So I wonder if it's just coming through the stream like that. Interesting. Maybe what I'll do is I have this going the same way I do every stream. Maybe what I'll do is just turn myself down instead of doing it on automatic. And then maybe you guys can just turn the whole thing up. Let's see. If I make myself quieter, then you can, unless you guys already have their sound all the way up. So I don't know. Am I getting quieter? Am I getting quieter? Am I getting quieter? I just slid the thing down. I don't know if this is going to be helpful. You guys can just let me know what it sounds like on y'all's end because I have no idea. Yeah, that's what funny. Okay. So I turned my volume down. Let's see if that's better. I'm going to practice talking.
And what was the other response?
From Zach, it states could from benefit as well. Check blank A. Could benefit from a blank check. How I look at it.
All right, I'm gonna move on to October 12th. Some more WhatsApps.
Why are we taking forever, yo?
Change states exhibit 186. These additional WhatsApps.
WhatsApps.
Yes,
I
sir.
love how he says that.
Start date on this is October 12th, 2021.
State moves 186 in evidence. Okay. Starts there. All right, that is John Mello in blue.
John Mello still in blue, and this first message is dated October 12th, 2021 at 8:58 p.m. It reads, her arms who chopped off.
Oh.
And what do you think it's referring to?
I think it should read, who chopped off her arms. I think he's
So this is the day before the homicide, guys.
referring to Christina Mello, or Christina Parcell.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
This
it's
is
a
closer?
photo of Christina Parcell.
All right, and then this next one.
Same date. No, I'm sorry. This is on October the 13th, 2021 at 10:06 a.m.
Oh boy.
Burden.
Sorry, is this Mello?
This
sending
is
message?
from John Mello to Zachary Hughes. Burden if way, but Aida, life, like family, finally, beg down case, am lawyer love, more doomed
Oh my God.
than a count think than not listening is totally nothing. Her it matter as I 14 November at Woods so leave has me stake you to point let have all even taking our due close stay we she and us right of hate control brother no needs was this can very far
Oh my
your
God.
four come say with on thee.
Okay. This is the first message that has occurred after the homicide has happened. So, and this is, remember, it would have been 9:15 a.m. This is 10:06 a.m. And you know what's so wild is this is going to be the biggest challenge for them, right? There's no punctuation. That's another thing. There's no punctuation. So the one about the arms being chopped off is from trying to see what time that's from. 8:57 p.m. the previous day. Okay. So now they have their biggest challenge yet to unscramble this. This is going to be crucial, right? Okay. So let's see.
Brother, no needs. Was this can very far? Your for come say with on thee.
Manipulation from John Mello, looks like.
I don't know what it says. I know it's talking about a burden. I know that it mentions a lawyer. I know it mentions Aida.
Oh, that's,
And
he's
then
not
what
going to
time
try to do
does
that.
Zach respond on October 13th, 2021?
Zach Hughes responds at 11:36 a.m. on October 13th,
Wow.
2021. With
Okay.
LOL.
And why does that matter? That's so funny. I was just going to try to get this document for you guys. Okay. 11:36 a.m. Let me do this. I'm going to have to unshare, reshare. Hold on. So, okay. Okay. This is what I was literally just doing. So we have last time phone. Oh, wait, let me put the date. So this is October 13th, 2021. Last time the phone, oops, was unlocked. And that is, actually, I should do it by the, let's do the time first. So 7:42, oh my God, a.m. Remember, the eyewitness, although I don't know about her credibility, but she claims to have seen him around 8:15, right? And then potentially maybe lurking in that nook until 9:15. Okay, so last time the phone, oh my God, I'm missing a W, was unlocked, because that's the unlocked end time. Actually, I need to do so before this. So 7:41 a.m. Here we go. 7:41 a.m. is when all activity, steps, distance, etc. stops. 7:42 a.m. last time the phone was unlocked. Also at 7:42 a.m. An event is logged for phone being plugged in. And so that's logged as the start time. And then, now that this one, we need the millisecond. So 11, and this is in the same event. So actually, I'm going to put it here. So same event. End time for the phone being plugged in is at 11:34:48. Then at 11:34:48 a.m. a new event is logged. Oh, I missed a 4. A new event is logged. Event is logged for phone being plugged in. You might be like, oh, well, it wasn't unplugged. Yeah, the phone was off. That's what happened here. Events logged for phone being plugged in. End time 11:34:49. So the thing is, right, because these milliseconds are the same. That's why it was the phone being powered back on. Event is logged for phone being plugged in, end time 11:34:49. Then at 11:35 a.m. activity, steps, distance, God, I can't type, etc. resumes. And then bada bing, bada boom, it was 11:36:01. That's why I was like, this is super excellent happening right now. Then we have his first, Zach's first WhatsApp message to Mello after homicide. Underline that. And then I'm going to do whatchamacallums. Where the bullet thingies. Okay. I'll zoom out. Zoom in. There we go. All right, guys, there you go. So let me see what you guys are saying in the chat because I was typing. Did I miss anything? Let me look at my iPad here. 7:41, 11:35. Unlocked end times there. Last time was on. Event is logged phone being plugged in. End time 11:34:48. Event is logged for the phone being plugged in. So what we know is that the key thing here is that this. So from wait, let me do it this way. Phone is powered off from 7:42 to 11:34:48. And remember, again, if we think about, remember when I looked up the distance, the time it would take to drive there, right? What did I say? It was 19 minutes. And then you imagine he parks, we don't know where he parked potentially, and then got on the bike and then was seen by the eyewitness around 8:15. So 7:42, round up to 20, like that puts you at like 8:02. All of this makes sense with the timeline. Like literally what this looks like is like powered the phone off. It was plugged in, powered it off, drove to the neighborhood potentially, right? Got on the bike. That would actually work out exactly with the timeline. I still don't know how he wasn't caught on any cameras on the bike prior to the homicide, but whatever. Just for right now, we're just looking at the timeline. And so then is seen by the eyewitness, right? And didn't know that the victim had that interview, right? So then potentially he's hiding in that nook, as we looked at yesterday. We looked at all that. And then she comes home at 9:15. We still don't know how the fuck he got in the front door. And there's still a lot of questions about the back door. We looked at that earlier. So this is what it is. 7:42. Yeah, okay. So let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Does that make sense to everybody? Boop, 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 boop. Something's 45 inches. What's 45 inches? Oh, thank you, Meg. Hopefully it's helping. And it does seem like he kept his location data off, by the way, too. Like, I think he just kept that off in general, potentially. I can't remember what they ended up getting into with that. I feel like they didn't really have anything. So, oh, that was when Matthew Wild was, yeah, he was going. No, there was a gap in the location data as well. Fuck, I didn't include that when I went through all this earlier. I forgot I needed to go back through that too. Because what I'm trying to show is how everything stops at this time period. So, okay, I need to go back through that. Well, I won't do that right now. remember, Matt Wild came in to talk about the cell towers and the, all the location data, right? And then they had the other witness that came in and did the Cellebrite report, which is what this is from. I forgot I needed to go back to Matt Wild to add the location. But my recollection at the time was it looked like there was definitely a time period where he did airplane mode and turn location data off. And my guess, and again, I'll double check, but probably also corresponds with all the other shit stopping, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's what we've got so far here. If the state has arrested, will we ever know? Let me see. Oh, right. Right? I know. And we're going to get to the state arresting here very shortly. Awesome. Okay. So now let me go back to this. Just have to unshare, reshare. I can't believe I forgot I had to include that other, my favorite witness of all time. But I had to get that ready in a hurry because I had a lot of lessons today. I didn't have a whole lot of time. So, okay. Back to this. Okie dokie.
And then again, the next message right after it reads, "I know, brother."
All right. I wanted to see what he said. That was the whole point. So 11:36 a.m. Wasn't it LOL? Isn't that what it was?
And then again, the next message.
11:36. It was 11:36:03. There it is. LOL. I mean, let me pull this down so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Right there. LOL. The first message he sent was LOL.
Right after it reads.
That's pretty crazy, though, right? That's the first message he sends after their homicide.
"I know, brother."
Wow.
Going to,
Interesting.
what's the date?
We're still on October 13th, 21
At what time?
11:36 a.m.
That's current time. That's local time, right?
That's local time. Zach Hughes' message states, "Let's talk in a bit."
Right? I know. Right? That's what I'm
Following
saying.
message, still on the
Surprising
13th
to me.
at 2:48 p.m. It reads, "Soon we'll working up later catch in week. I'm never mind thee."
And we're going to learn their theory tomorrow of the case, their theory of the case tomorrow.
John Mello responds on October 13th, 21 at 2:49 p.m. And it reads, "Asleep till fell I was 5-man Saudi job."
And then Zach Hughes responds.
At 2:50 p.m. "No worries, man."
I mean, Mello, we know Mello's in Italy, though. Unless they can, I mean, or this would be a huge task, right? If the defense is going to try to prove that Mello wasn't in Italy, that would be different. But I don't know that that's possible. You know what I mean?
Still on October 13th at 2:50, John Mello sends this message, and it reads, "3 now couldn't information since thing after another."
This is all Mello's doing. I mean, again, like I just said, it was even said in the opening statements. Remember the whole part about the behest? No, this was all Mello. I mean, that's the entire thing. And Mello, remember the date corresponded with, I think Heather pointed it out. The date of the homicide corresponded with the 6-month mark. Remember when the guardian ad litem testified, the 6-month mark of when he would lose the opportunity to try to like regain custody or whatever. It like was the day before. So there was like, but obviously, I mean, he had been torturing her over this custody thing for so long. So there was like the vent to say that there's like vengeance and like, like the revenge porn and all the other shit he was doing. It's such an understatement. Like the guardian ad litem's testimony was shocking to say the least. This is another level. I can't say he wouldn't have murdered her anyway. Honestly, even just out of hating her, really. Like when in the opening statements, when he's like, murder means you have an angry heart and you're mad. Well, that describes John Mello to a T, but doesn't describe Zach Hughes, you know? Never mind that that's not the definition of murder, but if you're going with what the prosecutor said, right? You know, so whether it's because it's like that was the 6-month deadline. I mean, again, I think he would have done it anyway. I mean, and the way that everybody was so terrified of him, of Mello, it's really a lot. Right. Thank you. He's puppeteering him from Italy. Yep.
The our single bit I sleep today, our raising, it's here at fees worried night, building 1 weeks or not lawyer. I'm maintenance in Kent of OTS about everything eat they'll my a last. And he follows that up a minute later with, and it reads, up be you or woke. Again, me night, GLSD,
Any significance?
It looks to be like it's talking about nighttime, woke me up, possibly. Zach Hughes responds at 2:51 p.m. This message reads, just manager got well, LOL texted work at off the night. And then a minute later, Zach Hughes sends a message that, and it reads, chat let's in little a bit.
Huh.
October 13th,
Interesting.
2021 at 2:52 p.m. John Mello sends Zach Hughes a message.
I wonder,
it
oh
reads,
my
that
God, is this speaking in code? I bet this is so much like Adelson's, you guys with the TVs. I guarantee you this is going to be code for something. I guarantee you.
The research
Fucking
on
hell.
music, how go?
I bet it's like researching an attorney or something. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
That's October 13th, 2021.
I'll tell you over the phone, it says.
And what did he respond?
Interesting.
At 2:53 p.m., the message reads, phone over, tell you good, the I'll.
How do you interpret that?
Good, I'll tell you over the phone. And Mr. Mello responds with, cool.
Is that the last WhatsApp that was ever recovered?
Yes.
Same day as the
Do you
homicide.
recall
Wow.
Investigator Perry's testimony
That is incredible.
about how long the conversation they had in the afternoon of the 13th?
I do.
How long was that?
I believe it was about an hour and 20 minutes.
That's the phone call that was just being referenced. Wow.
What did you interpret that music research as?
Oh, I know.
I don't believe it was really music research.
Yeah, me neither.
I believe John Mello sent a message to Zach Hughes in code.
His interpretation of what he wants to say.
Now remember, again, like this came up, saw this in Charlie's trial, that with that in the Adelsons, they actually had an exhibit where they had actually gone through and could prove certain words that meant certain things because of the number of times it was used in the context. And they had a whole chart for like the code words of like, here's the word and here's what it means. And Katie McBanoa verified that those were all correct, but they figured that out because of the pattern. But this is the first time that we've seen that there, like that code being used. So I understand that objection is fair because it was just once, so you can't actually establish that it was a code for something. But clearly it's a code for something, right? The jury can use their common sense.
All right. So, Investigator Sparkman, did you also review the Gmails between
The Gmails, the WhatsApps and the
John Mello and
Gmails.
Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And I know in the entire team, they just sent out search warrants for those Gmails.
Yes, sir.
And as far as numbers of Gmails,
What about WhatsApp messages or email? Like, this is hilarious.
from John Mello's email address and Zach Hughes' email address, how many emails do you think you received between the two of those?
Hundreds. It fills up a large 3-ring binder.
So now we're going to get to their emails. Holy
So
fuck.
did you call it down to emails just between John Mello and Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what states exhibit 190 marked identification.
He's going to get this in evidence.
When the,
One.
is that
29th of 2020.
And when did they end?
They ended October 20th of 2021.
Okay, so that's important because this is then we can see their correspondence. So they were emailing before they were WhatsApping. So August 29th of 2020. That's when their love affair, I guess, started. August 29th of 2020. And then they ended.
They ended October 20th of 2021.
Okay. So like 6 days after, no, 7 days. Yeah, like a week after the homicide.
Is that when John Mello returned home?
Yes, sir.
And for anyone who missed it, he returned to the US from Italy without a cell phone. And he also flew into Charlotte, North Carolina, by the way. The other thing about Donna, for anyone who doesn't know this, the other funny thing with her recent jail nonsense that she's doing, for anyone who missed it, Heather had made a joke before all this happened with Donna at the jail about how like when they give people jail jobs and shit, like, you know, like she could be in charge of the laundry. But then when we were covering the recent filings where she's talking about all of her alleged like abuse at the jail and whatever, right? Her first incident that she describes is when she like is bent. It says she's like bent over at the washing machine and it was rusted. There was something that was rusted. And so she cut her arm or her hand on the washing machine. And because it was rusted, she had to get like a tetanus shot. But I was like, oh my God, literally, she actually is doing the laundry at the jail. So for anyone who doesn't know, Donna's first complaint or injury that she's complaining of happened from doing the laundry at the jail. There you go. That's so funny. That's so funny because my voice, I feel like it's probably pretty and energetic, but we don't know. I mean, I have thoughts because I don't know how else you manipulate somebody in the way that Mello did, you know? And again, like we played it again earlier at the beginning of the live stream with the opening statements and the way that the state phrases it. The way the state phrases it, it could be it doesn't clarify. It's not like it was a mentor or a friend or a colleague or what it says. The way they talk about and they say the relationship began, it sounds like it could be. And we kind of said that as a joke initially, but then as we learned more about Mello, it seems like that probably could have been the thing. And actually, I can't remember who it was in the chat last night that said this, but I totally agree that potentially Mello was only saying maybe, right? Saying that he was gay or whatever, just so he could manipulate Zach Hughes. Because we know that Mello was somehow married to two women at the same time. Still don't know how that worked out. But when he was married to the victim, he was also married to his own wife. We learned that from the victim's sister. So it seems like he was into women. But anyway, yeah, there you go.
United States.
Yes, sir.
Now, in reviewing all of these Gmails between Zach Hughes and John Mello, what was the basic theme involved in all these?
That Zachary Hughes was very involved, extremely involved with.
I object to this kind of summary. I mean, if they have specific emails that they would like to try to introduce, that's one thing, but just giving his interpretation.
That's fair.
Of these emails.
That's fair. That's fair. That is very fair. Are they going to kick the jury out and go fight at sidebar? Looks like it. Or at least they're going to go fight at sidebar anyway. I think it's also entirely possible that Mello is got multiple identities. Like there's a lot. And he's also really old. Like he's so much older. He was so much older already than the victim. But I mean, to be a friend, like, I don't know. He looks like he's like 80 years old. And Zach Hughes today is 33. I mean, I don't make friends. I mean, I don't know. Nothing against people that it's just, you know, there's different types of friendships, right? But anyway, if you're going to like kill somebody for somebody else, right? Oh my God. I bet somebody can Google how old he is. I mean, he looks way older even. They're going to, yep. I was right. All right. They're going to have to take a break so they can fight over this. It looks like wowzers. Yep. There it is. So called that one. And now they're back. By the way, yesterday, you guys remember when the guardian ad litem, the gal was testifying and then it was cross and then I called, I was like, I bet they're going to have to kick the jury out because they wanted to get into the CP stuff. And then I was like, oh my God, please do it on the record. And then it was not on the record. And I was like, oh, God damn it. Well, what happened, I learned from people reporting from the courtroom, what happened was during that time was they had a huge fight it out in court situation. Of course, no cameras, no jury. And they ended up proffering. So what happened? Okay. What happened was the defense was trying to argue that the state had opened the door. And remember, I said this from the get-go. Remember when we talked about the motion to eliminate with the CP stuff? How many times did I say the judge had ruled it wasn't coming in? And then I would always add the caveat, unless the state opens the door. Think about Murdoch, just like that, right? Opening the door. So I said, unless the state opens the door. So what happened during that break that we didn't get to see was the defense said, hey, the state opened the door. And I thought it was tenuous, right? I even said I wanted to know more about what she found, the gal. And gal as in guardian ad litem. And so they argued that they were trying to say we should be able to get into this, which I knew they were going to want to do because she would have been a great witness for the defense. And we won't know what, unless there's somebody took a transcript, but I doubt it. I mean, I don't know. We'll know exactly what arguments. I would love to have heard that. That would have been amazing. The judge overruled that. He said it did not get open, did not open the door. You can't get into it. So then they did a proffer of her testimony, and all this happened pretty quickly. They did a proffer of her testimony. And remember when she came back for the rest of cross? And do you remember? I forget who said it. Maybe Heather. Somebody in the chat said she looked frazzled, right? She looked scared. And I don't doubt her. I believe that she's scared. She's obviously scared of John Mello. But that's what went on, was they were fighting over opening the door, and they had done a proffer of her testimony. And then, so they didn't go on break. The cameras went on break. They were duking it out. That would have been that. It's a lot, right? And then they continued the cross. We don't know fucking anything about him. Honestly, we don't know. We have no idea. He apparently has a ton of properties, but that's according to him. So we'll take that with all the grains of salt in the world. I don't know if you can just look. Oh, wait. What are you guys saying that I have in my... Let me know how I can help for anyone who's confused. Here's a link for the Discord. So I don't think you can look people up on Discord, but I think it's by the server, right? So Law Squirrel, but the link should be there. By the way, it doesn't work on an iPad apparently. So if you're on an iPad, go to Discord and just do a search for Law Squirrel, and you should see the Squangwin, and then that's the one. But you should be able to just work. The link should work on a phone or a computer. I think he's got an endless supply of money. I don't know how. And remember, another thing that's noteworthy that is easy to forget in all the mess is that there was that bag of cocaine found at the crime scene. Who obtained that and how, right? Another whole thing. What are you saying no to, Meg? Was that I asked you if there was any way I could help you. Are you saying no? So I was just recapping the fact that there was a proffer with the guardian ad litem, and that's what happened when they took that break with her testimony, which was at the end of day 2. So now, so the reason I'm saying that is because they just are coming back now from another break, and I'm wondering if they had another fight, basically, right? See how this is here? They had another fight. We just don't know what all was. Sucks that they're not letting us watch that shit. That is the best part, really, usually of trials, is watching the stuff that happens when they fight it out, outside the presence of the jury. Oh, it was a typo. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Court. Investigator Sparkman, you had identified State's Exhibit 190 for identification purposes only. Can you tell us what that was?
These are email communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And the dates of the first email to the last email?
First one is August 29th of 2020. The last one is October the 20th of 2021.
Okay. And you were able to review those emails?
Yes.
And you sort of analyze them the same way you did the WhatsApp in relation to your investigation?
I did.
All right. And in those emails, as between Zach Hughes and John Mello, is Zach Hughes either what I'll call CC'd or blind copied on emails from John Mello to various family court attorneys?
Yes, there
Oh,
are lots of those emails that John Mello sends to attorneys. or
and that's
other
what the
people
guardian ad
regarding
litem said.
Child custody dispute. Zach Hughes is either CC'd on them.
You CC'd on them.
Copied on them.
Crazy.
Are there emails where Zach Hughes assists John Mello in writing emails or motions, not motions, maybe papers regarding the child custody dispute, or corrects or edits some of that, information regarding the child?
Yeah, absolutely. For twisting, I guarantee you. So, yeah, absolutely that. Right. Or to make it look like maybe it was something related to drugs, like maybe a cartel hit, right? But both, right? Like if she's doing anything related to drugs, then they can make maybe look like that's why someone killed her was over the drugs, but also, oh, she's doing drugs, she's unfit to be a mother or whatever. Although if she's passed away, I guess he could still, the custody was still being fought with the sister. But I'm just saying, like, who purchased the coke, right? I just can't see Zach Hughes. Nerdy classical musicians are not savvy at that. I wouldn't have the first clue on how to obtain something like that, right? So, I'm just wondering, how that all went about. But also what I was thinking, right? Because the reason I was mentioning it is because of the questions about how did Mello get all his money, right? Where does he work? We don't know. I mean, for all we know, he could be involved in shady shit, right? We don't know. And maybe I don't know, I'm just saying. And that's what made me think about the cocaine, right? With like the money and stuff. So.
For John Mello?
This is day 3. By the way, guys, there's always a sticker at the bottom that will tell you what's happening. So we're on day 3, witness number 31. We're still on the state's case in chief. They will rest their case very soon here. And this is still his direct.
Are there emails where Zach Hughes is, are there emails where John Mello tells the family court attorney that Zach Hughes is allowed to communicate with the attorney?
Yes.
And that is regarding the child custody case.
Oh, wow.
Over he and Christina Parcell's daughter.
Yes, sir.
And are there emails where Zach Hughes himself is communicating directly with John Mello's family court attorney?
Yes, sir.
And are there instances where Zach Hughes is running errands or doing things in furtherance of the child custody?
Yes, sir.
And are there emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello discussing the child custody?
Did you try the Discord link, Beach Bum?
And what do those say?
They're just talking about the situation. Mr. Mello's getting frustrated. You can tell he's getting frustrated based on words that he uses. Going to different attorneys. John Mello's talking about how he's getting frustrated with attorney A.
Yeah, I bet they all fired him as a client.
And are a lot of these?
I bet he was worse
than
than Sparkman.
When they begin in October, August, from around April to October 13th, that time frame. Would that be the time frame when Aida was given custody to Christina Parcell and Aida moved back to South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
In that time frame, were there a lot of those emails regarding the custody dispute?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Zach Hughes was well aware of the custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And he had no reason to care, but for Mello.
The emails, communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello, were they caring for each other?
Yes.
In what way?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There's
Oh my God.
messages in there where
Oh my
one
God.
tells the other they love them. The other one say, love you back.
Oh my God. You guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the best part of the entire trial. Nothing will top this. Nothing will top this. We were fucking right. We were right. It started as a joke and then we were like, it seems like, oh my God. 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 Yep. Gay. I mean, nothing wrong with that, right? It's great. But this is Mello, I don't think is actually, this is the manipulation, people. I rewound it.
John Mello.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And finally, were the emails, communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello,
Y'all.
were they
Where's Heather? Where's
caring for
everybody?
each other?
Yes.
Oh my
What?
God.
There's messages in there where one tells the other they love them. The other one
Dying.
say, love you back.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thanks, Kimmy. Thanks. Good job. Can we have a round of applause for the scroll crew right now? Round of applause. I'm clapping in a circle, literally. Round of applause. Oh my God. For anyone that missed, dude, Denise We needed Denise, Heather, you guys who were here from the very beginning from opening statements, and we were all like saying this. We were right. We were okay, good. Meg's here, awesome. We were right. I know. I can't believe Heather's missing this moment. There it is. I can't. It's like, of course, though, right? Like there's nothing that is not involved in this case. Like literally all of the things. The last thing I'm waiting for is confirmation that Mello is a drug dealer and involved with some mafia in Italy. That's what I want next. That's what I want next. And that's why he's so protected. That's what I want next. Denise is partying. Doesn't she have court tomorrow, probably?
All right.
Wow.
In addition to your duties as investigator, did you review Zach Hughes's
Wow.
photos on his phone?
Yes, sir.
And we've had prior testimony. What were those?
Please, please, please say there's nude photos of them to each other. Please, please. We need it. We need it. We need it.
Those are downloaded. The photos inside his phone are then downloaded as the images in which they're in there.
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed all those?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 188.
Oh my God, I'm going to die in a good way. Usually I say that in like, I don't know. I guess I usually say that in a good way, which doesn't make any sense, but whatever. We need it. We need it. Give it to me, baby. You guys know that song? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Some typing that states to John Mello and his lawyer.
So do you recognize this?
I do.
And where was this? What date was this? What date was this photo captured on his phone?
I believe it was August 13th of 2020.
2021?
Yes, sir.
State moves 188 in evidence. Objection. Objection 188. All right, what does it say?
To John Mello and his lawyer, please find enclosed photos and advertisements of Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren.
Oh, well, it's just this again. Whatever. Maybe there are some, maybe they'll get to it. Maybe they did send nudies
How
to
was that
each other.
related to
And we'll get
investigation?
Well, as we've touched on before, the name Caroline Warren appears on these.
Remember back when it was like, oh my God, escort photos, and that was like the whole thing. Now it's like, oh, escort photos. Been there, done that. Come on, give me. That's old hat, as they say. You know what I mean?
Printouts that were mailed in these photos to various people.
Next, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 187.
Wow. Love, dude. You know, Mello made sure that no matter what was going on, Mello made sure that Zach Hughes would not throw him under the bus, and he hasn't yet. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's where the Mello already comes in, because that's like that takes a lot. You know what I mean? Like literally, Zach Hughes could be performing piano right now, but for John Mello. He would be living his best piano life, but for John Mello. Seriously.
I do.
What is that?
This is an image that was recovered from Zachary Hughes's.
Please be something not related to the
What
escorts.
area of his cell phone?
His photos.
So would it be a snap or a screenshot, I guess is what they call it?
Yes, this appears to be a screenshot of an image that was recovered from Zach's photos.
State moves 187 in evidence. Objection 187.
I mean, yeah, but the choices he made were because of. I mean, yes, obviously there's. So I'm not saying there's no culpability, right? I'm saying that the choices he made that were poor would not have been made if John Mello had never come into his life, right? So yes, I think there's some culpability, but right, it's like, anyway, so it seems like I wish he could have taken some sort of a deal, because, you know, and I wish they could. We'll see what happens, right? We'll see what happens. So, you know, like some people can be manipulated into making poor choices that they wouldn't have made otherwise, basically. But you guys, we see that in other cases, right? So you all know.
This is an image. The date on this image is June 23rd of 2021 that the reports showed for this image. But this is an image of a message conversation where someone sends the address of 122 Canebrake Drive, Greer, South Carolina, 29650 to, if you pull it down just a little bit for me, the opposite way. So this is a conversation involving John Mello.
All right, and why is a snapshot of that address important?
Because now John Mello knows where Christina lives.
And if John Mello knows where Christina lives, who else knows?
Zach Hughes.
This was on Zach's phone.
Yes.
How did John Mello get that address though?
One last one. State's Exhibit 189.
Interesting. I wonder if John Mello had somebody like follow, like somebody local there figure that out. Not Zach. I don't think it was Zach did, but I mean, maybe, right? There would have had to be that should not have been easy for him to get because of all the shit that was going on. So that's why it's kind of crazy. So he got it. Mello obtained it and sent it to Zach, it looks like. And then Zach took a screenshot of it so he could have it. Oh my God, the freaking speaker. Does it sound better, you guys, with me turning my mic down? Wow, they're taking a long time to get these in. You're not buffering. YouTube is buffering.
Hey, please, I think we may have to have a conversation about prices with
What do you like, Twiz? What do you like, Twiz? Oh my God. I wonder if they're not going to even be able to finish this. Let's see what happens if they come back. They go away. No, they come back. Okay. So they send the jury out because they were going to take that long to argue it. Oh, the sound. Thank you. Right. Thank you. YouTube just has its moods like this, man. Like last night, we didn't get any spinning wheel until towards the end, and then we got spinning wheel.
To the emails, real
Okay.
quickly, Investigator Sparkman, based on those emails, is it fair to say that John Mello was fighting hard for custody of his daughter?
Yes, sir.
And Zach was fully aware of what was going on?
Yes.
What is the one clear way that John Mello could be assured that he would get custody of his daughter?
There it is.
Making sure that Christina Parcell was dead.
Yep. And the thing is,
Now, briefly, did you
again, why is this not?
establish a timeline of sort of events based on this entire investigation?
Oh boy.
That were important events. And before you did that, did you also look at the phone and to Zach Hughes' phone regarding airplane mode?
I did.
And were you able to determine if you'd ever put it out of airplane mode on October 13th?
Yes, sir. I did.
And what were the two times in which it came out of airplane mode?
At 2:22 p.m. and at 2:32 p.m.
All right, and why am I saying out of airplane mode?
Because I don't believe the extractions show when the phone is put into airplane mode, only when it comes out of airplane mode.
How many times have y'all heard me say that
So
shit?
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit.
How many times have you guys heard me say that? They don't show that. Like I've said a million times. Let's hear this again. So I want to be clear. Remember, I'm going to go back through it again, like I said earlier, with the Matt Wild and the cell tower data and the location data. But it was clear that there was a time it looked like that it was in airplane mode, but it was a narrower time. Like basically, it looks like it was in airplane mode. And then again, when we looked at the Cellebrite stuff, then it was also powered off for that time frame that we already looked at. So Alec Murdoch-y though, with it all.
2:22 p.m. and at 2:32 p.m.
All right, and why am I saying out of airplane mode?
Because I don't believe the extractions show
222 to 220. Right. Okay. Let me just point something out. So they're talking about October 13th at 2.
Two times in which it came out of airplane mode.
At 2:22 p.m. and at 2:32 p.m.
All right, and why am I?
Okay. So what this means is that his phone was on airplane mode when it was powered on. So his phone was powered off, powered back on at 11:34 and whatever the other seconds were. But it was on airplane mode. But he had to take it out of airplane mode to make a phone call, right? Or like you would have to, or to send a text or whatever, right? I guess to make a phone call. Because I guess he must have, you know, those WhatsApp messages. Well, let's see what he says. So now I'm like, how did he send the WhatsApp? Maybe you can still, you shouldn't be able to send that with it on airplane mode, but you could send it through a computer, but I don't know. Does anyone remember him saying did they talk about what device? I don't know that would even have been part of it, right? The WhatsApp messages. Like what device he used. It would probably just be that they get the account, right? What's an assumption? Oh my God, YouTube is just killing me right now. Frustrating.
When the phone is put into airplane mode,
They don't.
only when it comes out of airplane mode.
They don't show when it comes out. It's just you can tell because you can see that it's trying to connect to towers. We talked about it's just the context, right? You can see that it's trying to ping towers, right? Then that's how you know it's out of airplane mode. So yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna show you what's State's Exhibit. $191.
Yeah, YouTube's been sketchy lately.
Comparing this.
Yes. Based on a combination of things: device location from his phone,
Oh,
witnesses,
okay. So
device location, a trail cam that was introduced.
okay. Remember, he's getting to a timeline. So this is interesting. Okay.
Ring doorbell cameras.
Okay. We want to see it. This is going to put all this data together. So maybe I don't have to be doing all this work on my own. If they do it correctly, we'll see. Just for YouTube though. Okay.
191 in evidence.
Get it.
No objection. Not objection. Mr. Sparkman, and Bessie, if you want to step down right here, if you want, you speak loud so that you can see.
Yes, sir. So the first day on here is October 11th, and this timeline shows that between 10:05 and 10:56 a.m., it shows where the trail cam captured Zachary Hughes at 799 Indian Flash Trail to the Mountain House. It shows on October the 12th
See it.
at 1:07 p.m. his phone put him at 210. At 1:18 p.m. his phone puts him at John Mello's house. From 6
I can already tell you what he's doing. Yeah. Here's what it is. Remember, okay, the location data, there was location data, but no cell tower. So what he's saying is, remember how I said, dude, I was fucking right. I said his phone was usually on airplane mode, but he also additionally powered it off at the time of the homicide during those hours. This is what he's explaining. What he's showing is here's all this location data from prior to the homicide, right? They're talking about October. What were they saying? Like 10th or whatever, when he was up at the house. I'll back it up so I can get the date. October 12th, right? So not the day of the homicide. So on October 12th or whatever. Yeah.
12.
Listen.
At 1:07 p.m., his phone put him at 210. At 1:18 p.m., his phone puts him at John Mello's house. From 6:56 p.m. to 1:30 a.m., his phone puts him back at the Mountain House. At 4:30 a.m., it shows that his phone was plugged in or unlocked
Mhm.
Same as 7:42 a.m.
Here we go. He's saying, y'all, I wonder what he's saying, what we just went through. I didn't even have to do all that work.
From 7:42 a.m. to 11:34 a.m.
There it is.
There's no activity on his phone.
Literally what I said.
At 8:15 a.m., this is when Donna Gorman identifies.
That's what I said. Okay.
At 9:15 a.m., you see the ring camera from across the street of the incident location showing the suspect going into the front door. At 9:27 a.m., 133 Canebrake Drive captures the suspect leading on a bicycle.
He's adding all the
At
camera shit in here.
207 Saratoga Drive captures the suspect leading on a bicycle. At 1:17 p.m., same day, still on the same day, Zach Hughes' phone connects to the Wi-Fi at the mountain house. At 1:48 p.m. and 2:22 p.m., as I stated earlier, his phone comes out of airplane mode. At 2:32 p.m., that's when the flock camera shows the bicycle in the back of his truck at Rutherford and Bumper. And that is in the direction that is coming from the Travelers Rest area back towards downtown. So that would be coming from the mountain house back towards the city limits, back towards.
Wait, though. Oh, thank God. Thank God they're doing this. So, and there it is highlighted. Look at that. Bam. There it is, guys. Literally. Hang on. I'm a little bit more specific, but basically there it is at the bottom. Yeah. So what I wanted to see, I had a question though. So he said that the phone connects, see, there it is. Okay. Let me go back a second here. The phone connects to the Win Wi-Fi. Check it out. I want it to go back so I can see what's on the bottom of this. The phone connects to the Win Wi-Fi. It looks like they're saying if the phone connected to the Win Wi-Fi, but airplane mode was on. So I'm like, well, wait a second, because I don't think that, I don't know. I just, this freaking spinning wheel, I swear to God.
In the back of his truck at Rutherford and Bumper. And that is in the direction that is coming from the Travelers Rest area back towards downtown. So that would be coming from the mountain house back towards the city limits.
So move this text down here. So connects to, it's up there at the top, 1:17 p.m. It says connects to Win Wi-Fi. 1:48 p.m. airplane mode is off. And the location is unknown. Interesting. Anyway, okay. Let's just keep watching so we can get through it. I'm just thinking about this.
242 is device location puts in at 210 where he's residing. At 4:23 p.m., there's some location data from schedule fly on his phone. I believe schedule fly is how he signs up.
No, I think what they're saying is it's always on airplane mode, but he took it off briefly. That's what it looks like.
Work. At 6:16 p.m., his phone data puts him at 103 North Main Street. At 7:30.
Yeah, he turned it off 2 times. See, because like I said, he would have had to have it off in order to do to call Mello and shit.
He's captured on block camera. His vehicle is captured on block camera. The Ford Ranger at Lawrence in Washington. That's in Greenville city limits. And at 7:15 p.m. at an unknown location, he has a 120-minute phone call with John Mello.
So, I mean, just to confirm, I put my phone on airplane mode, and it's like, now this is what it shows me on my phone, right? It's like, hey, you have to turn airplane mode off to use Wi-Fi, right? Which I know, I already knew that, right? But the thing that is interesting is how it says it connects. Now, I remember when they were asking about that in the testimony, and they were like, do you have to choose to connect? And we know this to be true. It was like, do you have to choose to connect? And it's like, no, it just automatically remembers the device. So when it says it connects to the Win Wi-Fi, it might be that the phone was on airplane mode. I mean, apparently the phone was on airplane mode, but that it just simply recognized the device, but it didn't provide it with internet. It just registered that the device was nearby. And I wonder if that's what it is. And that would have logged in the Cellebrite report, which I'm sure that's where we saw it. And so, for example, my phone is right now. I have my phone on airplane mode, right? It's like I can't use Wi-Fi. However, if you were to do a Cellebrite extraction on my phone, right, it would probably show, if I were to like walk away from the house and then come back, it'd probably show my phone like recognizing that there's a Wi-Fi here that it recognizes, but it's not actually providing with Wi-Fi. I wonder if that's what it was.
That's all the state has for this witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the evening. As I had told
Wait, never mind. You guys, if you have an iPhone, go try this. Okay, so again, I had it on airplane mode. Okay, it's on airplane mode now. Holy shit, I wish I could show you guys this. I have it on airplane mode. And then I clicked on Wi-Fi and it says connect to Wi-Fi, blah, blah. You can toggle the Wi-Fi on. There it is. You can I didn't even know you could you can turn the Wi-Fi on with it on airplane mode. There it is. Now it's connecting. Now I'm connected to the internet on my phone. And it's got both symbols. It's got the airplane and it's got the internet symbol. You guys, holy fuck. So you can do both. Interesting. I did not fucking know that. That is insane. So that's what it is. So it connected to the Wi-Fi because he had Wi-Fi toggled on, but you have to do this. It won't do it automatically. You have to put Wi-Fi, you have to put airplane mode on first, and then you have to go and toggle the Wi-Fi on. Interesting. You guys want to go try that on your phones? That is amazing. So in that case, what will happen, right, is now it's still going to be using Wi-Fi, obviously, but the airplane mode means it's not going to be connecting to cell towers. Interesting. Okay, they're going to take a break for the day. Hopefully you guys are all going to try that. Let's move on to day 4, which is, it's going to be a much shorter one, and the state's going to rest in not that much time, amazingly. So, wow, learn something new every day. I would never have figured that out were it not for testing it out, because this trial, that's why trials are the best. Wow. Yeah, like again, right now I'm connected to Wi-Fi and on airplane mode. Fucking hell. Who would have thought? Hey, they're going to start cross.
I gotta make this work. Good morning, Investigator. I want to ask you a few questions about the incident date first. So you talked about the incident date was October the 13th.
I'm still, by the way, guys, I'm still going to go back through that with the cell and the location stuff, because that timeline could have been a lot better. Like I would do a better job. And that wasn't specific. Like I was envisioning like the Murdoch style, right? You guys remember that master timeline? I was envisioning like that. That was not that. That's not what we got. That was not detailed enough. That didn't put it. So anyway, don't worry. In other words, like you guys saw the document I have, that's the Cellebrite stuff with the activity and the events that are logged on the phone. But I'll go back through and implement the cell towers and the location stuff so that we can do better.
Sir. It was a Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Right. So this was a school day.
It was.
Aida was actually, in fact, at school on that day.
Yes, sir.
And her school was Buena Vista.
Correct.
And that's very close to the residence.
It is. Yes, sir.
How far would you say? You have any idea?
If you were driving, it would probably take a minute or two to get there.
Okay. And we know the IEDs for
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see this question. How old is the daughter? Yeah, the daughter, I think, is somewhere around 12 or 13. We did the math last night, and I think I was like thinking it would be 12, depending on when her birthday is. She's like 12 or 13. But yeah, so good guess there.
Yes, sir.
And so
Good night,
law
Kimmy.
enforcement showed up
Thanks for being here as always.
the incident location about 11 o'clock. So Aida was scheduled to be home in a few hours after that, one would say. It was mid-afternoon.
Are you guys all testing this out on your phone? This is just blowing my mind. I can't believe I'm seeing these two symbols. I did not know this was possible. I thought, Autumn, you couldn't have, like, wow. I'm just speechless.
Now, you mentioned you had somewhat of a familiarity with that residence because of an earlier investigation, something about harassment and or stalking.
Sorry, I just took it off of airplane mode, and the airplane zoomed away like it was flying. I wonder if that's new. The new iOS is zoomed away like it was flying, and it got replaced by bars. You know, the bars of service you get, cell service. Wow,
You
amazing.
know that no convictions came out of those allegations, right?
Guys, try it. It's fun.
Your interview with Bradley Post was on October the 19th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the law enforcement center?
That's my brother's birthday. Oh my God, I swear.
Had you met him prior to October the 13th, 2021?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No,
You
sir.
said no? Okay.
He said no, sir.
Was Bradley Post interviewed on the 13th?
He was.
And we've been providing an interview that he did with the coroner's office. And I think Tracy King was present. Is that the interview?
Wasn't the plane?
I don't believe it was Tracy King. I
Totally.
believe it was a member of the coroner's office, and it was another investigator. I don't believe it was Investigator King.
Okay, different investigator then. But it was the coroner who did the interview on that day?
He was involved in the interview. He was in there with an investigator. Yes, sir.
Have you watched the interview?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that the coroner really did most, probably 90% of the questioning?
Yes, sir. He asked a lot of questions. Yes, sir.
Now, the coroner is not employed by the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, is he?
He's not.
That's a separate office.
Yes.
The coroners are not tasked with investigating a potential crime, are they?
That's not their primary. No, sir.
So the primary concern is to determine cause and manner of death and provide.
What is happening? Wait, I'm so fucking confused. Why are they talking about a coroner? We haven't heard from anybody with that yet. We have not heard from a coroner or a medical examiner. However, this defense attorney is flat out fucking wrong. You guys, how much have we talked about this with Murdoch? Coroners don't do shit. They're an elected official. Coroner armpits, guys. Look at this dude misinformationing. He's misinformation. He's saying the coroner. That's why I was like, what? I was like, he can't be saying coroners. He's saying coroner like the corner of a street. But then he said cause and manner of death. I'm like, wait, what? What? He did the cell phone. I'm so confused. What's happening? But also, coroners don't determine cause or manner of death. They're just there as a ceremonial figure to be like, I'd put my hand under the armpits. That's a medical examiner that does that. I'm so confused.
Necessary information.
Good question though. So if you can get on Wi-Fi without with what is the point of airplane mode? So that it doesn't communicate with cell towers. Great question. Doesn't communicate with cell towers. Yep. Yeah, because the cell towers are their own whole thing, right? Oh my God. I don't understand what's happening with these questions about the coroner.
Anybody who would be a close
Bradley Post was a suspect on that day.
fiance or spouse or something like that. That's just a natural suspect.
He was someone that we definitely wanted to talk to.
But he wasn't interviewed by Greenville County Sheriff's Office investigator on that date, was he?
Not by anyone from the homicide unit, no, sir.
And the buccal swab was collected from him on what date?
I believe it was that day, the 13th.
And was Lieutenant Parcell's phone taken on that date?
No, sir.
When was Lieutenant Parcell's phone taken?
It was not.
It was not taken.
No, sir.
A buccal swab was taken from her, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on October the 15th of 2021?
Yes, sir. The 15th.
And what was the reason then for taking the buccal swab?
So we could have something to compare and to trying to think of the word exclusions. Obviously, obviously Miss Tina lived there, so we knew that her DNA was going to be all over things in the house.
Okay. And so the buccal swab
Denise!
was taken on 15/2021
You're
at the
here.
Canebrake house.
Denise, you missed it. It's confirmed. They were lovers, gay lovers. It's confirmed. It came out just recently in the emails back and forth. They said love you to each other. You got it? Like we were right. We were right. We were right.
No, sir. When I met with Tina to get her bucket swab, it was not at the Canebrake
Mello and
house.
Zach.
Where was it?
It was at a friend's house.
Okay. But you did meet with her and Bradley Post on October the 15th at the Canebrake house.
I did. Yes, sir.
Now, Bradley Post's phone was not collected by law enforcement on October 13th of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware now from your investigation by looking at the body
I
cameras,
know.
other officers-
Literally, I said, "Where's Denise? I said, "Where's Heather? I said, "Where's everybody?" Who from opening statements we started saying that kind of as a joke, and then when more shit came out about how manipulating he is, Mello, right? And then this was last night. Then we were like, you know what? Maybe he was just being gay for Zach, or pretending to be so he could manipulate. Like, and then it was like, oh my god, it could actually be. Anyway, it's confirmed. We were right, and we did a round of applause. We did a round of applause for the school crew. Yep.
Aware of that, no, sir.
Yeah. Did you watch all the body cameras?
Oh, I believe I did.
Okay. So you
Brad
remember
Post
that-
was deleting.
saying that?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
But he certainly had the phone from.
So I don't know what's going on. Every time I pause it, it seems to be finicky. But he said Brad Post, guys, was deleting photos from his phone while waiting for law enforcement. I mean, we need to hear this. Here we go. Yeah. Because we know what those were, right? See, this is what I'm saying. I wonder, I don't know what to do about freaking YouTube right now. It's so annoying. Sometimes when it goes to this black screen, it's getting closer to stopping the spinning wheel. Oh my God. This is fun, huh, guys?
Investigation,
Okay.
looking at the body cameras of other officers, that he was deleting photographs from his phone while waiting for law enforcement to arrive.
I'm not aware of that, no, sir.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Oh, I believe I did.
Okay, so you don't remember that, him saying that?
I don't recall that,
There's
no,
no
sir.
But he certainly had the
Bonus
phone from the incident date
distraction.
until October the 19th of 2021, and had every opportunity to delete and manipulate his phone in any way. Okay, right.
I know that he had possession of his phone until the 19th, yes, sir.
Okay, now, on October the 15th of 2021, you spoke with Bradley Post at the Canebrake residence,
Yes, sir.
and you mentioned Parcell was also there.
Yes, sir.
And what you spoke to Bradley Post on that day?
I did.
Was your conversation with him recorded?
Were you like, he
Don't
saw
believe it was, no, sir.
And at that time, Bradley Post asked you whether Ms. Parcell had been wearing her engagement ring, right?
Oh,
He had brought it up, yes, sir.
Okay, so
He had asked about the ring.
I'm sorry.
He asked about the ring, yes, sir.
Okay, so presumably he didn't. If he had to ask you if she was wearing it, he didn't know.
Correct.
oh,
And he asked for the ring back.
you guys
I don't remember if he asked.
know why he's asking that question, right? Remember, they really want to make Bradley Post look like he was involved here, right? With the homicide anyway. And that's what that's about. They're trying to insinuate, it's smart, right? If she wasn't wearing the ring, that they were, because remember they were on again, off again, that they'd broken up, and that maybe it's like he was mad at her and killed her, right? You know what I mean? Like we see it all the time. People, it's beyond me why, but people kill their exes a lot apparently. So, you know.
For the ring back. I know that he just wanted to know if she had it, if she was currently wearing it.
And he told you
Please
at that time
stop
about
it.
this clone that he had of Christina Parcell's phone, did you not?
I don't know if he told me about it then.
He's
but I know
talking
he
about
told me
his
about it
little
on the
George-
19th.
George
when I had
stick,
him at the
yeah.
law enforcement center.
Okay. And would you, just to refresh your memory,
Does this attorney, will they go pro hoc vice? I'm gonna leave that on the screen just on purpose now. George will stick. He's a twist a C. He's
I'm going to
he's
hand it
giving me a hard time.
State's exhibit, defense exhibit number
Yeah, we love
60
him. We love
for identification
Matt.
purposes only. Can you
Yes, sir.
recognize what is in,
We love him.
what the contents of that?
Yes, sir. This is one of my supplemental reports.
Nothing but love for the
Actually,
George.
it's actually, I believe, all of your supplemental reports.
Yes, sir. It looks to be, yes, sir.
Okay, and if you could you look at your entry on October the 15th, see if there's anything there that refreshes your memory about whether or not he told you about the clone phone on October.
Bong, 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 bong. I wonder how long he's gonna look through this thing. Oh my God, YouTube, why? Why? I know none of y'all have seen The Room, but eventually we will watch it together on movie night, and then "You're tearing me apart, Lisa" will be funny to you guys someday. Just remember that for future reference. Someday you'll be like, "Oh, that's so funny."
He did.
And was that the first you had heard about this clone phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize it on October the 15th?
I did not.
Did you ever seize it?
I seized it on the 19th.
Now, your investigation also led you to Foothills Veterinarian on October the 18th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, you spoke with people at the at this facility where Ms. Parcell had worked.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And is that where you learned that she had been working part-time?
Yes, sir.
He's like the lead. He's the lead detective on the case. And when they asked him his job for this, by the way, he said, "So, like, what was your role?" And there was no mincing words. He said, "Yes, I was the lead detective on this case." Bam.
He had not worked in some 3 weeks since September the 23rd, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about the October 19th interview with Mr. Post. Where did that interview take place?
At the Law Enforcement Center in our interview
That's
room.
hilarious.
There was another investigator in the room with you.
Yes, sir. That was when Investigator King was in there with me.
And did you seize Mr. Post's phone at that time?
Yes, sir.
And that's the phone that we can see when watching the recording of that, the phone that he has out on the table in front of him.
Yes, sir.
When did you take the phone from him?
During that interview.
Was it at the end after the camera was taken off?
Yes, sir. It was near the end of the interview. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also followed him to his car and took possession of the clone phone, correct?
I did.
So he knew to bring it with him on that day, or had you asked him to bring it with him, or how did it happen to be in his possession? Do you remember?
I don't remember if on the 15th when he told me about it, I asked him to bring it or not, or if he just brought it on his own, assuming I may would like to look at it.
Okay. But that was the phone then that mirrored everything that was being done on Ms. Parcell's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's translucent? Is that a person's username or something?
And prior to your meeting with Bradley Post, you did get search warrants for his phone, for the clone phone, and also for a laptop that he had in Parcell's in his possession, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you gave Post's phone and these items to someone else at the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And that was Charlie
No.
Cunningham?
Yes, sir.
While those phones were being extracted, was Post allowed to leave the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. He left.
And he went to his home?
Yes, sir. That's where the laptop was.
And officers went and got that phone?
His attorney came with him, and he went inside, grabbed the laptop, and brought it back out to me. That's all. That's the only thing I needed from the house.
Now, there's been testimony in the case that on October the 19th of 2021, Aida Mello was taken into emergency protective custody. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did you participate in that?
So wait, who are you talking about here? Is this in a different, it's probably someone I don't. So here's the thing. I have a thought. Remember how we went through all the door stuff at the beginning of the stream about the door? And I was like, remember how at the very beginning of this entire case, we were like, Bradley Post is sus as fuck. Nothing's right here, right? Denise was all like, I'm all in, Brad Post, right? And it was bad enough. But then when we learned that literally the opposite about that door is true from the sister. And again, we covered Doorgate. We went over that at the beginning of the stream. And that's when I said this last night. I said this tonight as well. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't see how there's any possible way he could have gotten in the house, Brad Post, I mean, without somebody intentionally leaving that door open for him, as in the person who did the murder, leaving the door open on purpose for him, as in he's in on it too. So what I'm saying is this, that when you look at all of the weirdness around Bradley Post, and you look at all of the influence that Mello has, and then you look at how nothing made sense about how Bradley, like the whole Bradley Post, right? I mean, everybody was like, yeah, it seems like it was him. And he's the one who found the body. And it's like, but the thing that is the most significant of all to me is the thing about the door, because there's no there's no way he could have gotten in the house without this somebody leaving that door open. And I don't just mean unlocked, because we know that the whole thing was finicky with the door. He would have had to leave it. And not only that, Bradley Post told law enforcement the door was open all the time. They always left it unlocked, he said, right? And the opposite is true. We covered all that. The opposite is true. They couldn't use that door because they didn't have a key, so they left it locked, right? So he's literally, what he said is the opposite of the truth of the door. And again, it's not just about the fact that he lied or whatever. It's about the fact that how the fuck did he get in the house? So when you consider all of that, I'm bringing all this up for a reason, because all of these questions with every single witness, with these defense attorneys, literally they ask every single witness if they cross them at all. Maybe that's the point. They've been passing on most witnesses for cross. The only the witnesses that they've crossed, they've only asked questions about Bradley Post. Or maybe or maybe a little bit about John Mello, but mostly about Bradley Post. And it'll be really interesting, because some of the stuff that could connect him that I've been positing might come out during their case in chief, right? Remember, the state still hasn't shown how even Zach Hughes got in the house. That front door, they still haven't, and maybe they will before the day's out, right? But they still haven't shown how he got in the house. What they've shown is how Bradley Post got in the house, right? Because the door, but they tried to show that, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. Because then the sister comes in and she went into great detail about that. And so anyway, all that to say, it makes sense that it already made sense, but when you add in the door thing, I think that it's entirely possible he actually was involved. And also, all of the things that people have been saying about this, how this is like the most complicated, complex case ever, like, add that into the mix. What if they were all three involved, right? Like, Mello arranged it, gets Zach potentially, right, to do the actual homicide, has Brad Post find the body. I mean, it's insane. Yeah, he lied about the door, but also, are you saying, but without Mello's involvement? Because that's impossible, though. Are you saying if Mello wasn't? I don't think that's not possible. We've already seen. We've already. I mean, that's clear. They've made that very clear with all the evidence, especially with the WhatsApp and yeah. I think that whatever anybody did, it was at Mello's behest. Posted the job. I see what you're saying. Posted the job. He's got there late and sprinkled. Got there late. But she was gone. I don't know how that would happen in 11.5 minutes, though. And not to mention, Brad Post wasn't there. The red car. Anyway. Oh, you're still trying to say that? That's funny. Oh, you just want. I'm not saying he wouldn't do anything to make his lover happy. I mean, I agree with that. I think that's definitely what happened, no matter what. But how did he get? But how? The door would have been locked. Remember? Or unless you're talking about after somebody, maybe Zach got in the front door or had already, like, the idea being that Zach somehow got in the front door, but he must have had to pick that lock, right? We still don't know. And then he would have had to leave through the back door and leave it unlocked and open, right? I mean, right. So I think there's so much evidence to try to make it like the motive, right? The motive is there. That's not the problem. It's the how, it's the logistics. Hughes caught post and said, "What the fuck? I was gonna do." Oh, you're funny, Twiz. You're funny. You snooze, you lose. They're fighting over who gets to kill her. That's fucking hilarious. So I doubt that because even the people who lived there didn't have keys. Unless it was done in some sneaky way, but like they didn't. That's the whole reason why there's the door things. Yeah, there's been, I mean, you know, it's there the cameras. I can't remember when all times you were here and when you weren't here, but anyway, you know, last night we reviewed the camera stuff with the surveillance camera and the eyewitness, and then we learned a lot new information last night. The bike and the truck, and then finding the bike was pretty big. I mean, so far they've connected Zach to Mello as far as the harassment and sending all the pictures and whatnot, right? They've connected Zach to the crime scene potentially, right? Again, we're not done yet with the state's case, but with the bike and the, you know what I mean, all the circumstantial stuff. I mean, it's entirely circumstantial anyway, but all that, right? He had the gloves, whatnot. There's the burn pit. There's the stuff with the cell phone. That's, you know, and so there again, people were not lying when they said like this is. I can. There's a lot of ways this could like whatever the truth is. There's a lot of different things it could be until we learn more, and who knows. I mean, but like there's a lot of potential scenarios here. You know what I mean? They found the bike at his house where he was living. We haven't gotten to the DNA yet. Haven't gotten to it yet. We haven't heard from the medical examiner. Right. Yeah, the burn pit. Yep. And they have him on the trail cam at the burn pit, but it's the day before the murders. Yeah, it lit up, and then we don't know yet the results of anything there. We haven't heard from DNA analysts yet for the crime scene or for the bike or anything. Wait, I'm waiting. What if she died from, are you going to say blunt force trauma? Please say blunt force trauma. There it is. I called it. Blunt force trauma. Brilliant. Twiz, you're on top of things. He's recovering from his horrible bullying, guys. Moments ago, he was asking for an attorney. He seems to be recovering just fine. And Hughes can say it wasn't me, I'm gay. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Right? Right? I guess Mello could say the same thing because they're gay lovers. I'm dying. This case. I still need an attorney. Yeah. Twiz is keeping silent as your. Oh my God, Denise can only protect you because you're the. He is very special. So, yeah, you know, okay, let's keep watching so we can get to the DNA stuff, though.
No, sir.
Were other officers, Green County Sheriff's Office, participating in that?
But all this to say, we're hearing they're talking about the interrogation of Brad Post. Okay, that's what they're talking about, and that's where I was going with it. Is that the defense is really going for Brad Post's involvement, and I was just reiterating that. Besides the fact that there's so many things that make it look like he's sus, I think it's also possible he was actually involved because the door thing doesn't make any sense. So. Oh my God.
Nothing.
Sheriff's Office. office, right? Wasn't Dan Bevel the one who was leading that investigation?
I know he was leading an investigation. Yes, sir.
So you weren't consulted about that prior to them going out there?
I remember being told that she was being EPC, placed in emergency protective custody.
Now we heard testimony.
that's the daughter.
Yesterday from, maybe been the day before, I don't remember, but from a man named Michael Manigault, or Manigault, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. How did you come across his name?
She had
From
just gotten
Investigator
home from
Bevel.
she had just gotten home from the interview.
Now, you had an interview with Lieutenant Parcell on October the 13th of 2021,
I did.
and that was recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as lead investigator of the case, obviously you're just trying to get all the information, so you asked some very broad and open questions to try to find out as much as you could, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the questions you asked at the 20-minute mark of the interview, you asked Ms. Parcell about where everybody stayed in the house. And is it true that she told you that Aida's room was being used as a playroom and that she slept in Christina's bed?
I don't specifically recall that, but obviously I recorded the interview, so if that's what it states, then that'd be correct.
And do you recall that at the 23:45 mark, she told you that Bradley Post was at the house every day?
Objections to hearsay, Your Honor.
It's just asking about the two things. First, prior inconsistent statement, and also it just goes to
The prior inconsistent statement of Tina Parcell.
Yes. Tina Parcell.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Now, you've already testified that you spent a great deal of time on October 13th, or that the sheriff's office spent a great deal of time canvassing the neighborhood to learn if anyone had cameras or if anyone had seen anyone suspicious. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you handle any of that, or was that up to the uniform officers and other officers being involved?
It was mostly other investigators. Yes, sir.
And obviously, this was very important, correct? Because at this time, you didn't have you didn't know who had done this, so you're trying to get all the information that you can.
That's right.
And so officers would be looking for information, whether anyone had seen someone suspicious or knew the neighborhood, and whether they could identify that person.
Yes, sir.
And if an officer had found someone in that position, as lead investigator, you would have been informed about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have done a follow-up interview with that person?
If someone had come to me and said that someone needs to be spoken to, is that?
Well,
The other thing is when we see Zach Hughes leaving on the bike, right after the potential crime, we see all those images. I mean, he's wearing all black, but like, it's not like you can see. I mean, I was just pointing out, like, there's not blood stains on him, right? I mean, ostensibly, one other thing I'm still waiting for the state to show is like that the hoodie was reversible, because I think that could have been, it turns that inside out. But like, in other words, the pants and everything, like, there's not blood on him that you can see. So, 11 and a half minutes, right? To get in there. Don't know how he got. Now, what about, we still haven't really gotten to what's on the victim's phone, because what about, how did he get in the door? What if the door was unlocked because she was expecting somebody? Although, no, I don't think that would be the case, because remember, it looked like, again, the suspect who's on the cameras, got there early anticipating one was going to do it then, but then she was gone and had to wait. So that would make it seem like they didn't have a plan. Because I was thinking it could have been like a plan where they Mello had somebody pretend to be somebody else who she knew, and then she would, you know what I mean? But that wouldn't have worked because she wouldn't have been available because she was at that interview. I don't know. I'm just like, I want to know more about the fucking doors. That's what I want to know.
Came to you and said, listen, we have somebody at, 105 Canebrake who says they saw a person's face and thinks they could identify that person. You would have been.
I would have. Yes, sir.
And as you develop
I
suspects,
wouldn't
you would
have
have gone to that person with a photo lineup to see if they could identify the suspect.
Yes, sir.
And that never happened, did it?
It did not.
So you never went to anyone in Canebrake with a lineup, including Brad Post or Alex Fields or Zach Hughes. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because no one had ever said that they had seen a face of the person on the bicycle.
Yes, sir.
So what led you all to go to Donna's
I mean,
Gordon's
that
house
doesn't surprise me
in
at all.
October
I
of
would have
2024, over 3 years after the incident?
We went there because as we were reviewing the case, preparing for this, we had realized that no one had ever shown her a picture of a bicycle. So we wanted to take that picture up there and let her see it and ask her if that's who she remembers seeing.
And she had been
Wait, bicycle or person?
spoken to on October the 13th, had she not?
Yes, sir.
By Riley Stokes?
Yes, sir. It was Investigator Stokes.
And Riley Stokes never came to you and said, listen, we found somebody who can identify a person on the bicycle, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, speech bump. You right.
And so when you went, well, let me ask you this. During those 3 years, between October of 2021 and October of 2024, Zach Hughes' picture had been shown on the news and the newspaper and
Oh,
social media. Numerous
that's a
times,
good point.
right?
Yes, sir.
And in that
That's
picture
a
that's
great
shown in
point.
the media, he looks quite similar to how he looks now, right? With a full head of hair and a beard.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
In October 13th of 2021, Zach didn't
Yeah.
have facial hair, did he?
I don't remember if he had facial hair.
Do you remember seeing the
That
tape
other
camera
detective said he had a beard.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that was 2 days before, and then you saw Zach Hughes a couple days, well, about a week later at his house, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was clean shaven on that day.
I believe he was. Yes.
And October 28th of 2024, is that when Ms. Gorman said she saw the face of the person on the bicycle?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she could identify the guy on the bike?
Sir?
That time in October 24, she told you she saw the face of the guy on the bike. Did she tell you that she could identify the person?
She said that she believed she would know him if she saw him again.
Really? You didn't put that in your report, did you?
I mean, I have no, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't believe I did.
And you can, I mean, feel free, your report's in front of you, but.
For your report.
No, sir. I didn't put that in there.
Yeah.
And you agree that identification of a person in a case like
Which
that
doesn't
is
surprise me at
different,
all.
is it not?
Yes, sir.
This
Did
doesn't
you show
surprise
her
me
a
at all.
photo?
You guys heard me if you were watched. Like, this doesn't surprise me at all. Her testimony was a mess. It completely didn't make any sense. She contradicted herself a bunch of times. She contradicted. It contradicted everything. It contradicted what the little video shows. It contradicted what everybody else said. It just and add to that the fact that it was 3 years after the fact. But the thing I hadn't considered, which makes sense, right, is how many times she would have seen that face on the media. But then also we have here, she even didn't say it at the time when they interviewed her. And it was so obvious, right? The way she wanted to point at him in court, like you see it, you know, in the 1800s. He's right there with the shaky finger. It just, I hate that shit. And it pissed me off then, and it pissed me off now because the mask and the hood, or she calls it a hood, it's actually a hat. There's no fucking way. You guys have seen, like, and so then she tried to make it seem like he had those off and then put them on, but that the pictures don't. Anyway, so it's none of this surprises me. I just think it's sad that somebody, I don't know if it's the prosecutors or if it's just her own personal bias, really wanted to try to make it seem like she could ID him for that moment. And, you know, that's gross. Can't stand that
I
shit.
did not.
You did mark in your report that she told you that she would not be able, or she would be able to say it was not Bradley Post on the bike, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now your theory is that Zach drove the morning of October 13th from the Mountain House, which we've heard testimony is about an hour away from Canebrake. And in the summary that you
At some point, they need to ask, where did you park the truck? As well,
provided,
another thing.
You say that
Another
he turned
thing.
his phone off,
I need to make a list.
so he couldn't be tracked at 7:45. So if Zach Hughes left the house at 7:45, there's no way that Zach Hughes could have been there at 8 to 8:15 to be seen by Ms. Gorman, is there?
No, I didn't say that he turned his phone off.
I
There's
did
no
that.
activity on his phone.
Okay, no activity.
I said he turned his phone off.
How many ring cameras and surveillance cameras do y'all have that show the guy on the bicycle?
From specific locations, I know that we have one. We have three.
Wait, that question though assumes I pictured all this with the phone being at home, plugged in on the nightstand. That's what I pictured. That question makes an assumption that the phone would be on him. Is that what they're assuming? What are people thinking? Why are they not thinking outside the box? Like, yeah, obviously, if the phone was on him, it would have that would be the case. But anyway,
And there was one of the locations has multiple cameras.
And the guy on the bicycle is not picked up by any cameras at 8 or 8:15.
nope.
No, sir.
Thank you for
That
asking
is
the
a good
questions
hour to hour and
because this
hour
bothers
and
me
15 minutes
too.
Before the person is seen entering.
Yep.
Canebrake, right?
This bothers me
122
too.
Canebrake.
Yes, sir.
How close is Miss Gorman's home to 122 Canebrake?
It's fairly close.
Like,
Yep.
Across the street and over a couple
so
houses.
on a bike, would it be less than a 5-minute ride, would you say?
From Miss Gorman's house to 122. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the person on the bicycle was not wearing a hoodie, was he?
It didn't appear that there was a hoodie.
On November the 9th of 2021, you met with Tina Parcell for the purpose of collecting some items from her that she had found at the Canebrake residence. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of those items was a blue USB thumb drive that she had found in Christina Parcell's room. Is that right?
I don't remember where she said she found it, but I believe she did bring me a thumb drive.
Did y'all examine that thumb drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you yourself or did other officers? You know?
I believe I did it.
I want to ask you a few questions related to the harassment investigation. And so you're aware that one of the documents in the packages that were mailed was an advertisement for an escort site, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that Christina Parcell did have a past that.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Your Honor, this is
Oh.
brought up by the state.
Oh.
They're the ones who
Oh,
introduced this
oh,
evidence.
oh
And
fuck. Oh fuck. Yeah. Oh boy, you guys. Blood is about to be spilled in court. Blood is about to be spilled in court. And I hope they don't turn the cameras off for this. So they already tried. Remember, they already tried day prior. They said the state opened the door to get into this with the CP. And then the judge said, nope, state denied. And now they're trying again, it looks like.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, objection, stay.
Your Honor,
Objection.
Your Honor, what is brought up by the state is
Oh
that
my
they were mailed a photo with
Oh my God. Yep, there it is. Oh my God. Well, now now the jury's out of there. But yes, the jury, I know. I love those moments too. Look how long. This is long for them. They usually, they're so quick over here. Okay. Now he's back. Fucking hell. I wonder what happened. Let me see if I can find out what happened. Wow.
Okay, thank you. I'm Maple Court. Investigator Sparkman, I just want to finish up with asking you a couple of questions about the WhatsApp messages that you testified about at great length yesterday.
Denise, that was fascinating. Earlier, you missed it with the WhatsApp messages, but we finally see what it looks like on law enforcement's end when they get those, and it was really fascinating.
You testified about how you collected and put into a binder all of the WhatsApp messages between Zachary Hughes and John Mello. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was a rather large binder of text messages once you got those all.
It was a lot of messages, yes.
Isn't it true that the overwhelming majority of those messages come after the middle of April when Aida Mello was taken away from John Mello and returned to the States to be with his mother?
I don't know if the majority of them or not. I'd have to look at the book again to refresh my memory on the dates.
Okay. And you talked a lot about interpretations about different messages and what you believe they meant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to show you one of the messages, State's Exhibit number 186.
Oh, I know.
Okay. All right, are you able to read that?
I could read that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is again, State's Exhibit 186, and I just want to point your attention to the one that's the second message on the left on that page.
You know what's really
I'm gonna ask
funny?
you to try to-
You know what's really funny? What did I say, guys? What did I say when this came up? I said, oh my God, guys, I said, this is the most important message of all. This is the first WhatsApp message that would have occurred after potentially the homicide from John Mello to Zach Hughes. And it's also way longer than the rest of them. It's the longest one. And remember how surprised I was when he didn't even try to unscramble it, which I figured, well, that's kind of fair because it's like a whole lot of fucking words. But it's the only one he didn't try to decipher it. It seems like it was like should be the most important message, right? And it's so funny they're bringing this up on Cross. Doesn't surprise me. I was like, hey, now I want the answers, dude.
On the first line, we see the name Aida, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that line, you see the word doom. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So one interpretation of that message could be, and do you remember the date of that?
Could you please place it back up there? The 13th, October 13th.
And one interpretation of that message could be that John Mello believed that his daughter, now being returned to the States to live with Christina Parcell, meant that she is doomed.
I think there's way too many words in there for me to say that. I will agree that those two words are in there.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any redirect respect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Couple questions.
Mr. Ward asked you about the coroner's assistants in this particular case.
Yes, sir.
Do they respond to all homicide investigations?
They do.
And sometimes they assist y'all in various duties.
They do.
And don't we have their independent investigative authority under statute as well?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Norgard discussed the clone phone that Brad Post had. All right, so explain to this jury Christina Parcell's phones that she had.
Yeah, we
So,
still don't know what the fuck's
The one
on.
we refer to as a clone phone, that's the phone that Mr. Post kept, that he basically signed into her Apple, using her Apple ID and password.
Oh my
When
God.
he says cloned.
Oh my
So-
God.
Everything that she does on that phone is not cloned. So he'd be able to see the stuff typically that Apple backs up. Like if you restored your phone from iCloud, emails.
Do you guys hear this shit? Wait, the state is eliciting this testimony. This is another one of those things that makes it look like Brad Post would have fucking done this. Who does this shit? I didn't know, every time they've talked about this clone phone, I never knew what the fuck it was. They never explained it. Now we know what it is. It's a clone of her phone that he has so he can see all the shit that she's doing on her phone. What the fuck?
Contacts, certain text messages and phone calls.
This is redirect, right? I can't.
That's how that phone was set up.
It is. I can't. Like what?
And he also had Life 360 on her as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
he
he
got
was
Life
tracking the
360
shit out of her.
And she was a
He had
part of this
power of
group. They could
attorney
see each
for
other's
her.
locations.
And did
What
you
the
review,
fuck, man?
The phone to download
The other
the
thing-
phones of Christina Parcell?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed all of them.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in any of those phones, is there any communication with Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
Is there any email, text message, WhatsApp, Signal, whatever, any kind of application that you saw, any conversations with
No, sir.
anything related to Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
All right. They asked you about Donna Gorman.
Yes.
And so when did Riley Stokes speak to Donna Gorman?
I believe it was the day of the incident, the 13th.
And at that time, had y'all located or did y'all have possession of the photos of a suspect leaving on a bicycle in the Canebrake neighborhood?
We knew of the footage, but we weren't able to get possession of that until the following day.
And then Master Deputy Wolf testified he went back on the 19th and spoke to her.
Yes.
And you recall what his testimony was? Are you aware that he showed her a photo of a bike?
I don't recall if he showed her photo of the bike or not. I don't believe so.
And so,
But he said,
then
dude, he just said
3
though.
years later,
He just said on Cross when asked the question, he said that they went to go show her a photo because I was pissed off, right? I was like, a bike and a person are different things. He said we went to go show her a photo of a bike as if to see if she could ID the bike, but then he was like, and then something, and then he said person, and I was like, wait, that's two different things. And then he just said here that it wasn't about the bike. So this dude, right? No offense, but like this is not the most above board. Deputy Wolf though gets the prize. He was awesome. You guys remember Deputy Wolf, Master Deputy Wolf? And there was another dude also who did a really good job. Remember, we were like chain of custody and like look at all the subsequent warrants and like literally, I think Deputy Wolf got the first prize though, for just like what you want in law enforcement. That are this dude has had some questionable moments I've been pointing out along the way, right? And there's more. They continue on.
Sure. Are you working with the Solicitor's Office on preparing this case?
I am.
And did you make a decision that you needed to talk to Donna Gorman?
Yes.
And you went out there and told
Yeah,
her
you mean
down
Zach?
what she told you in a report?
Yes, sir.
And did you show her?
Yeah, I mean, my intuition 100% would say, I mean, I'm sorry, but a classically trained pianist who just broke, like, who did something that no one's ever done before and record, like, finished that goal with all of the Beethoven sonatas 2 weeks before the homicide. I mean, like, classical musicians, if it's like the last people, I mean, you know, I know that you can never say for sure who wouldn't, but in terms of like they're not savvy enough. They're not strong enough usually. I'm like seriously, guys, like you all know how nerdy I am. I mean, anyway, it's just, you know, So, and obviously that's not the standard by which we go. You guys, I mean, obviously, but I just wanted to say, I do agree with you that with my intuition would be like, this doesn't make any fucking sense with Zach anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't watched already. What are you talking about? You guys clearly, I'm watching it. Maybe that's a joke. You guys clearly can tell I'm watching this. Yeah. Anyway.
Of the individual on a bike?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever show her any photos of Zach Hughes?
I did not.
They asked you about the timeline on Zach Hughes' phone, and they said
No. I said it continues on as in it just happened again. Maybe you weren't listening, Twiz. Haha. Because he literally just said, I'm impeaching him. Look, I'll back it up. I'm impeaching him. Look. I'm saying there's more instances of him being shady. That's what I'm saying. About right here. Check it out.
So,
and so,
Yeah,
then-
he just said, I don't believe he showed her a photo of a bike. But then previously he said that the reason they talked to her was to show her the photo of the bike. So, yeah.
3 years later, are you working with the solicitor's office on preparing this case?
I am.
And did you make a decision that you needed to talk to Donna Gorman?
Yes.
And when you went out there and talked to her, did you take down what she told you in a report?
Yes, sir.
And did you show her a copy of the individual on a bike?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever show her any photos of Zach Hughes?
I did not.
So he showed her the person on the bike to get her to ID the person. That's what I'm saying, right? He didn't care if she could ID the bike. They already had the bike.
They asked
He
you
already
about
had the
timeline
bike.
on Zach Hughes' phone, and they said from 7:42 to 11:34, there was no activity on the phone.
That's right.
But you know that 7:42, he 7:42 he unlocked and closed the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you do that in
No.
the car?
He can.
No. 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 That's not correct. He just answered the question without, this dude's not paying attention. Look, guys. He said unplugged. Nope. This defense attorney, I think, was maybe banking on the fact that this dude would not be paying attention to the question, and he would have been correct. At 7:42, the phone is not unplugged, it's plugged in. And in my mind, the way I envisioned this, left on the nightstand. He swapped it. He said unplugged, it's plugged in. I can't even. Dude. It's like, I know these details better than this dude, apparently, I guess. That's what it's. Am I saying no to what now? What now? What meow?
No further questions, John.
All right, you recross. Just a few follow-up questions. What is Life 360?
Life 360 is an application that you can download on your smartphone, and you can invite people to join your circle. You see each other's locations.
So it's just sharing your location with other persons?
Yes.
Is there anything else significant to that?
Tracking
I'm
them.
just not aware of Life 360, so I just.
That's the extent of what I know about it, just locations.
So there's no way to share information, texts, file sharing, anything like that through Life 360, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the clone phone, again, that you talked about, the way that was cloned was just to be sharing Apple IDs, right?
Yes, sir.
And Bradley Post wouldn't give you that Apple ID, but
He didn't initially.
so you said investigator Wolf went back and spoke to Donna Gorman also?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was a few days after Investigator Stokes.
Okay, so before you met with Brad Post on the 19th, you think?
I don't recall. It was close to that time.
Within a week or so of the incident?
Yes, I'd said it is.
So neither Riley Stokes nor Investigator Wolf came back and said, we have a person here who says they saw the face of the person on the bike. And thinks they
Oh, I see, Meg. You're making a joke because I said no a bunch of times. Gotcha. Right. I was so upset. I didn't even notice that I did that. But now I see what you're saying. Yeah, I said no. I said no a bunch of times. That's funny. Got it.
That's right.
Nobody ever went out there because she never told you she could to show her a photo lineup, right?
That's right.
Never showed her a photo lineup. She only would have seen the pictures in the freaking media.
Nothing further. Thank you. Any reread? There you are.
Any re. I love that he actually says that. Most of the judges don't actually bother to count all the re's, but I always count them. If you guys have ever watched my coverage,
Dr. Claire Rose.
oh my God, please be the MD. Probably is. Or Emmy, sorry. If you guys have ever watched the Casey Anthony, sometimes there's like 3 or 4 re's, but I always put them on the ticker, as always, right? Re. All right. Please be the Emmy or MD. Sorry, Emmy. Gotta be. Finally.
Please place your,
Oh, sorry.
please place your
Never
left hand
done
on the
this
Bible.
before?
Raise your right hand. Do
I've
solemnly
never done
swear
this
or
before.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay. You said Claire Rose, I think. She's another
State your name
youngster.
for the record.
My name is Claire Rose, CL.
Wait y'all. Her last name is Rose. Wait, did she just spell it wrong? Hold on. Her last name is Rose? Stop. Okay. I'm like, let's just all give up now. I'm going to throw my computer out the window and like literally what is happening? And did she just spell it wrong? Guys, what? Oh, yeah, hold on. Let's take a quick break for that.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys. Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening? Yeah, right. That was a great, right on cue, Twiz. Right on cue with that one. Is she spelling her last name wrong? Why is her last name Rose?
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Claire Rose, C-L-A-R-E. Sorry, C-L-A-R-E, and the last name spelled R-O-S-E.
Dr. Rose, good morning.
Morning.
What the fuck is happening?
Oh, I see.
What is happening?
Jury can hear you.
Who kissed?
Thank you. Dr. Rose, could you tell the jury where
Okay.
you're employed and what you do?
What if, remember all the things with all the weird typos and all the weird spelling? What if she's the one? I mean, like, now I'm like, this is just any, like, because clearly she struggles and her last name is Rose. Guys.
For them currently?
So I'm
Guys.
currently employed at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office, and I'm one of the medical examiners there.
I mean,
what
right?
kind of things, are part of your
Signature,
duties as a medical
the
examiner
killer
with the
signature
sheriff's
thing.
As a medical examiner, I perform autopsies on deceased individuals to determine
I
the
know.
cause and manner of
Yes. Can
you-
we watch it again? This is the most, what is the, can someone explain to me the translucent thing? Because I keep seeing that come up. I don't understand it. Just what is happening? This is right. Literally. We have questions, many questions. This is bizarre. Hold on. We'll rewind it.
Sorry, C-L-A-R-E, and then last
Hold on.
name.
Okay. Please let me. Well, I mean, at least in this case, yes. Literally, this is an everyone, really. I mean, but this is unusual.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is
I
Claire
don't know.
Rose, C-L-A-R-E. Sorry, C-L-A-R-E, and then last name spelled R-O-S-E.
Oh my God.
Dr. Rose, good morning.
Morning.
Actually, just scoot up just a
Oh,
little
I
bit.
sorry.
and you pull the microphone a little bit
I
closer so
sorry.
the jury can hear you.
She said.
Dr. Rose,
No.
could you tell the jury
Where we
you're
were on-
employed and what
where
you
you
do
were on
for them
shift.
currently?
So I'm currently employed at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office, and I'm one of the
You know
medical
what?
examiners there.
And what kinds of things are part of your
She
duties
could
as a
manipulate
medical
the
examiner
evidence
with the
too,
sheriff's
right? If it was her.
As a medical examiner, I perform autopsies on deceased individuals to determine the cause and manner of death.
Could you talk a little bit about your education and background that led you into taking?
Well, she's a medical
Sure.
examiner.
So I did my undergrad at the George Washington University, where I received a degree in biological sciences. Following that, I did a 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of the Americas. Following medical school, I did 4 years of residency training
Oh,
in
I've never-
anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Knoxville, the University of Tennessee Medical
Oh,
Center in Knoxville, Tennessee.
What?
Following residency, I did 1 year of fellowship.
Also, she did all this shit in Knoxville, Tennessee, and all I can think of is Dr. R. Prod Boss. But how did she get that wrong too? If I were on this jury, I'd be like, how do we know you're going to tell us anything accurately when it comes to the cause and manner of death? When you've misspelled your name, you got your college wrong, the easy shit, right? The easy shit. What?
Following medical school, I did 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Knoxville, the University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. Following residency, I did 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's
Look at how
Office
much
in
she's
Milwaukee.
spinning in the chair. You guys,
How long have you?
look at the chair spinning. We've seen, I forgot to update the witness number. Actually, I realized that I forgot to do that today. So she's probably witnessed what, 33, 34? I'll go with 34. We have not seen that chair. That's what caught my attention because we've not seen it move like that. Not even when Bradley Post was on the stand. She is spinning that thing. Holy fuck. Holy mackerel. All the holies.
You've been a medical examiner for the sheriff's
I started working here in August of 2021, so about 4 years now.
Okay. So you were in that role in October of
Can't be.
2021.
Yes.
Testified every freaking
To
trial.
get in that role in October of 2021, you spoke to your education, but did you undergo specialized training specifically for the purpose of conducting autopsies?
Although,
Yes, so after I completed my
2021, so this can't be her first time testifying, but she got that job in 2021 and the homicide was in 2021. So I will not be surprised given the course of this case and like everything. If this was like, turns out to have been her first autopsy, I will probably still lose my mind, but I'm just gonna say it right now. Theoretically, I wouldn't be surprised because yeah, like what a mess.
Residency training, I took a qualifying examination and became board certified in anatomic pathology. Then after I finished my fellowship training, I took another qualifying examination and became board certified in forensic pathology.
And approximately
You know how to
many
ride a bicycle.
autopsies have you conducted since starting your role with the sheriff's office?
I have done approximately 1,500 autopsies.
At this time, the state would move to qualify Dr. Rose as an
There's no
expert
way.
in forensic pathology.
There's no way that's true.
Objection. All right, without objection. It is.
There is no way that's true. Denise, any thoughts? Denise, any thoughts? Did you guys hear that? Look at her face. Listen again. Since she started that job in 2021, you guys, no way. No way.
Autopsies have you conducted since starting your role with the sheriff's office?
I have done approximately 1,500 autopsies.
No way. There's no way. Dr. Ellen Reamer from the Murdoch trial, who was phenomenal, is like elderly, no offense to her, and has been the ME there or like the forensic pathologist for like decades, okay? And is like what she was an expert and like one of the best that you've seen for like an ME. And I remember when I watched Murdoch at the time, I was watching it with EDB, and like EDB, I remember EDB making a big deal, even with all her own experience, when Dr. Reamer said she'd done over 600 autopsies and EDB like lost her shit over that. As in she'd never even heard anything close to that. And that's like over decades. That's why I paused this to point this out. Bullshit. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. Right. That's more than one a day and twice on Sundays. Yes. Yup. 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 There's no way. It's physically, it's not. You guys, what do they usually say? They do like, when you hear of the ones that are working in a place where it's super busy, what is it, one a week maybe? That's like, but that's like an outlier, right? I mean, she totally, not on trial, I mean, literally, but remember, every single jury is told in opening jury instructions and closing jury instructions the same thing. You are the triers of fact. And then when they talk about the testimony, direct evidence includes testimony. It comes from the witness stand. And you can choose to, you're judging the credibility of the witnesses. You can believe any, or you can believe all of a witness's testimony or just some of a witness's testimony, like, and all of that. They go through all the examples and they can choose. And it's about their credibility, right? Like, so while no witnesses on trial, unless it's, well, if the defendant, in terms of the witness stand, if the defendant takes stand, right? But yeah, however, the jury their job is to judge her credibility. Oh my God.
This time,
I mean to play it. Is to judge her credibility. And this is important, right? Now, I don't know if the people on the jury will know that 1,500 autopsies is absolutely impossible, but however, she's got a completely different, like, okay, being nervous, sure, can cause you to misspell your name and all that, right? But this, however, is lying, okay? I'm telling you guys, it's not possible. This is being dishonest, okay, about the number of autopsies. It's not possible. And so if anyone on that jury has any familiarity with how this would normally go, if there's anyone on that jury that knows this, right, about the 15, then they would be like, oh, her credibility is completely diminished. It's not something that you would ever even think of, right? Like that an ME would like lie about the number of autopsies or exaggerate it. Normally what they do is they say, well, I'm going to grossly underestimate it, right? They're like that's what Dr. Reamer did. She like took her normal guess and like cut it in half or whatever, right? That's what they always do. Well, yeah, but she only got the position in 2021. And the question was, how many have you done since you got the position? So even if she is a witch and she's 200 years old, she still had to do 1,500 autopsies since 2021.
Would move to qualify Dr. Rose as an expert in
I don't know.
pathology.
I don't know.
No objection. All right, without objection. He is qualified as an expert. Ladies and gentlemen, a person, as I've said with other experts, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify to what they either saw or they heard or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion. In certain areas, if the court qualifies them this way,
I've never seen anything like
that. The area of forensic pathology to give an opinion testimony in this area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit, and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate.
There it is. Now he's saying that as it pertains to experts, but it doesn't, it's still just reiterating my point here, right? He's reminding the jury they get to still weigh her testimony and give it the credibility and the weight that they see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Rose, could you go through with the jury generally what your process is when you're conducting an autopsy
But that's for the entire.
The start of your analysis.
Is that for like an entire county?
So first off, an autopsy is a specialized procedure that we perform on deceased individuals, again, to determine the cause and manner of death. And an autopsy consists basically of two parts, an external examination and an internal examination. So first we start with the external examination, which consists of examining the body as is presented to us. So as I'm examining the whole body, I'm taking notes through note-taking and photographs and documenting any clothing that's on the body, any personal effects on the body, any medical intervention that may be on the body, just the general characteristics of the individual, such as their hair color, their eye color, their weight, etc. And then also, I'm also looking for any signs of disease.
Also, I'm remembering, I think they brought Dr. Reamer in in Murdoch. I'm pretty sure they brought her in from Greenville. I'm pretty sure they did, actually.
Or injury. So once that initial examination is complete, then I will remove all that clothing, all the personal effects, all the medical examination. I will clean the body, and then I will re-examine the body again, the full body, looking again for any signs of disease or injury. So that's the external examination. So once that is complete, I move on to the internal examination. And that means opening up the body, taking out all of the organs, and then looking at each organ individually, again, looking for any signs of disease or injury.
And were you tasked with conducting the autopsy on Christina Parcell for this case?
Yes, I was.
And in going through the steps that you just went through, and the external and internal examination, are you documenting your findings as you're going through each of those?
Yes, I'm documenting the findings through notes and photographs.
Do you assign each case a unique number to know what you're referencing?
Yes, I do.
For hindsight.
Mhm.
So also in conducting your autopsy, do you put together a diagram or a picture representation of your findings of injuries?
Yes, I do.
Speaking generally as to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, well, let's back up before that. Before you begin your autopsy, are you apprised of general circumstances and the nature of how an individual was found and brought to you before you conduct your autopsy to give you some directive of where to go from there?
Yes, so in this particular case, when I arrived to work, I was made aware of Ms. Parcell.
I would object to hearsay as you shouldn't try to mistake someone else told.
I can rephrase, Your Honor. Yeah. Just generally.
Yes,
You're apprised of those.
Yes, I am.
So, speaking to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, what jumped out at you as you were going through there to mark of significance in your report and in your findings?
So I found that there were 35 sharp force injuries to Ms. Parcell.
Okay. Did you reflect those in your diagram that you put together for purposes of recording what you found?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 192.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So here's the thing here's what I think probably she did. She probably, okay. Generally what happens when they ask people this question about how many autopsies they've done, they sort of have, there's like the different categories, right? There's like the number of autopsies that you do when you're like in residency, right? So like still getting, still in school basically. Then there's like the number of autopsies that you oversee. Then there's like the number of autopsies you perform basically, right? And so usually what you'll hear them, they will have already discussed how they do this whole process, right? And then they will say, in terms of they'll be like, oh, of the autopsy I performed only, right? And they will isolate that out. And so I figured, I was thinking the same thing, Beach Bum, that potentially she included any autopsy that maybe she grouped them all together, right? But that's just not normally what you do, You're right. That's the only way it makes any type of sense. And it probably includes the ones she maybe was present for. Again, it's like maybe to try to, I would wonder how many she's actually performed herself, right? Because it can't, maybe she's worried that the jury's going to think she's not experienced, which, literally it's no slight to her. She only started in 2021. We're used to seeing Emmys come in oftentimes that are, not quite so young, anyway. Yeah. I think that's what it is. The combined. Yeah. Denise agrees. And where I could see there being the discrepancy, or not, maybe not discrepancy, where I can see the issues coming up here, I don't think the cause and manner of death are going to be really disputed. However, I think the nature of these injuries will be hugely important, right? Because when, things I imagine happening are like, when were they from? Remember, she was if I was on the defense attorney, it's like, we know she was probably into some kinky shit, right? There's all that. What if she cut herself on a thorn of the roses? There's that. There's going to be a lot of questions here. Or were all these, how do you know they're all fresh? There's a lot of things that could play into this. I will say 11 and a half minutes to stab someone. What did she say? 35 times. And also do all that stuff with the flowers is hard to, when you're this is not some trained assassin. This is a Juilliard pianist. It's just hard. It's hard enough to imagine accomplishing that with just one stab wound. But anyway, so we'll see. But I think there's room to try to, I think that's what's going to happen. Like in terms of what she might be afraid of on cross is like, they're going to second guess maybe some of maybe it could be the direction or the type of weapon used,
Yes.
Is that the diagram that you put together?
Yes, this is the diagram I created.
Okay. All right, this time the state moves into evidence, states 192.
No objection.
Now the time of death is going to be important.
Dr. Rose, speaking to how you received the body before you start conducting your autopsy, are there protections put in place to preserve what might potentially be collected as evidence at the time of the autopsy and maybe even down the road?
Sure. So the body is placed in a body bag and sealed, preventing from anyone getting into the bag. Also, handbags are also placed around both of the hands to preserve any evidence.
Fingernails.
But otherwise, the body's brought to you as is from the time it's found.
Yes.
That's important to preserve for any findings that you may make or anyone afterwards. Is that
Yes.
right? And while you're conducting this autopsy, is a forensic technician with the sheriff's office with you to collect evidence for purposes of the case?
Yes, there was one forensic technician present during the autopsy of Ms. Parcell.
Okay. I want to go through with you some findings that you made on State's Exhibit 192 as it related to Ms. Parcell.
We're finally getting this information.
I'm going to start. This first page here. Starting with the top. You identified Ms. Parcell on this document?
Yes.
And then you make a note there. Could you explain to the jury what the difference is between a stab wound and an incise wound?
Sure. So first I'll just say what a sharp force injury is. So
Oh,
sharp force
boy.
injury is an injury caused by a pointed or sharp-edged object. Examples of this include a knife, which is the most common object that we see during our work, but it also may include other objects such as scissors, a fork, screwdriver, basically anything that has a sharp or pointed edge. So then we sharp force injuries, if it's a knife, then we have either a stab wound or an incise wound. And now a stab wound is a wound that is deeper than its length on the skin, and an incise wound is a wound that is its length is longer on the skin than it is deeper. And then so here in this diagram, the shaded oval areas indicate the stab wounds, and partially shaded areas indicate the incise wounds.
So it would be fair to say, when you say stab wound, that's what most people, when they commonplace think of the word stab, is a stab wound. And an incise wound is more of, say, a slice.
Yes.
And approximately how many sharp force wounds were located on Ms. Parcell's body as it relates to her torso and her arms?
So to her torso and her arms, there were a total of 9 sharp force injuries, and I can quickly just go through each of them. So starting with the stab wounds, Ms. Parcell had 1 stab wound to the top of her shoulder and 1 stab wound to the left side of her upper chest. Both of these wounds went through the skin and penetrated the underlying soft tissue. Then you have another stab wound to the left breast. This wound went through the skin, the underlying soft tissue, and penetrated the chest cavity and superficially penetrated the left lung. Then we have the 4th stab wound, which is to the left side of the mid-back. This wound went through the skin, the underlying soft tissue, and just penetrated the chest cavity without injuring the left lung. So those are all the stab wounds. And then we have, well, on this one, you can't see all of the incise wounds, but you have 4 inside. Yeah, here we go. So here you see 5 incise wounds. So you have 2 incise wounds to the right upper arm, 1 incise wound to the posterior right forearm, 1 incise wound to the left upper arm, and then 1 incised wound to the posterior left pinky.
I'm going to show you the second page here. Dr. Rose, as to Ms. Parcell's head and neck, how many sharp force injuries were identified in those areas?
So Ms. Parcell had a total of 26 sharp force injuries. So she had 7 stab wounds and 19 incise wounds. And I can quickly go through all of those too, if you would like. Starting with the incise wounds, so she had, as I said, a total of 19 incise wounds to various locations to her scalp, to the right ear, the areas in front of the ear, the areas behind the ear, both cheeks, and to the right side of the anterior neck. And again, these wounds just went through the skin and superficially penetrated the underlying soft tissue. Now we have 7 stab wounds to the neck area. We have 1 stab wound to the left side of the posterior neck, and that wound just went through the skin and the deep underlying soft tissue. And then we have a total of 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck. And these wounds went through the skin, the underlying soft tissue and musculature of the neck, and then perforated 2 major blood vessels that supply blood to and from the head, the right internal carotid artery and the right internal jugular vein.
as to the injuries that affected the carotid and jugular arteries, could those be fatal once it's rated?
Yes, those would have caused significant amount of bleeding.
And your findings specific to these areas and the locations of the wounds. Are there more wounds on the left or the right side of Ms. Parcell's head and neck?
Majority of the wounds are concentrated to her right side.
And speaking to the how the location of these wounds and the number in significant areas, pointing you to the stab wounds on the right side of Ms. Parcell's neck here, what would you say was, and when you're determining the cause and the manner of Ms. Parcell's death, which wounds brought the most attention to you? Which were the most significant in your analysis of making that determination?
The most significant stab wounds were the ones to the right side of the neck, the group of 6, well, 5, and then one you can't see, but it's on the kind of, if you move the sheet a little bit down, you will see one stab wounds to the right side. So the group of those 6, the 6 stab wounds are the most significant ones.
Dr. Rose, could you explain to the jury what blunt force trauma is?
Oh
So
my
blunt
God.
force trauma, it just
Oh my God.
injury to the body that's
Oh my God.
caused
Oh my God. Quiz.
from
Quiz.
the body impacting an object or the body
Quiz.
impacting an object.
You called it.
Did you observe findings of blunt force trauma as it relates to Ms. Parcell?
Oh
Yes,
my God.
What were your significant findings there?
So Ms. Parcell had contusions or bruises to the left side of her face, her anterior neck, and one contusion to her left knee. She also had tiny abrasions or scrapes to her right cheek, her neck, and her left upper extremity. She also had 2 small lacerations or tears in the skin to the right side of her forehead and to her left eyebrow. Additionally, she also had hemorrhage within her scalp and hemorrhage within the left temporalis muscle, which is just a muscle that sits just underneath the left side of the scalp.
So, speaking to the findings of sharp force injuries with relation to Ms. Parcell, are you able to make any substantial findings as to the type of object used or specifics related to that object?
So the appearance of all of the shock force injuries are consistent with a knife being used.
But past that, how specific can you get into making conclusions as to details of the knife, I suppose?
So just on the appearance of Ms. Parcell's wounds, I can't further characterize the type of knife.
And in conducting your autopsy, you didn't find any evidence that would aid you in further making a conclusion towards that effect?
No.
Wow.
Is toxicology part of the autopsy process?
Yes, it is.
What is toxicology for the juries?
So during the autopsy procedure, I may take samples. For example, I may take blood to run toxicology just to see if there's any drugs in her system that may have contributed to the individual's death.
Were any findings on the end of toxicology significant in your determination of finding cause and manner of death?
No.
No cocaine.
Were there any findings as related to illicit drugs in Ms. Parcell's system?
No.
Yeah. Nice try, Mello.
Finally, Dr. Rose, what was your conclusion as to the cause and manner of Ms. Parcell's death?
So the cause of death was multiple shock force injuries, and the manner of death was homicide.
Is that it? That will be one of the shortest MEs I've ever seen. If it is.
Dr. Rose, just bringing your attention back quickly to the object that might have been used to cause these sharp force injuries. Did you make any findings as it related to what happened in the process of these injuries being inflicted as it relates to that object, the tip being broke off or remains of the knife found in her system or differences in the wounds to that effect?
Can you repeat the question?
So in trying to make a finding or looking for findings as it relates to the
compound
object that
spot.
may have been used in inflicting these wounds, were you able to find any evidence of differences in the wounds, that a different object might have been used or something happened to the object in the course of inflicting these injuries?
So at the time of the autopsy, I did not find any sharp object that may have remained inside or on the body. And then based on the appearances of the wounds, it is most consistent with the knife being used. And that is all that I can say.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, on to Cross.
Dr. Rose, when did you start? You testified you started in August of 2021?
Correct.
Do you remember what day in August of 2021?
I do not.
Okay, that's okay. You conducted this autopsy on October the 14th of 2021?
That is correct.
So at the time you conducted this autopsy, you had been on the job just about 2 months, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
You were asked about toxicology. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the toxicology showed that Christina Parcell had amphetamine in her system? Isn't that true?
Correct.
And isn't that a controlled substance?
Yes, it's a stimulant, yes.
Oh, so she might have had a prescription for like something like an Adderall.
Isn't it true? You talked about the sharp force injuries that you discovered during the autopsy. And isn't it true you talked about incised injuries versus stab wounds, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that in your report you used the word superficial or the adjective superficial prior to many of the times you referenced incised injuries? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you testified
Right.
that these incised injuries were much longer than they are deeper.
Yes.
In fact, in your autopsy report, is it true that you didn't even calculate whatever the depth was of the incised injuries?
I mean, it's very difficult because they are so superficial.
They're so superficial, they're like scratches. So the whole thing about 30 plus, okay, so it sounds really bad, 35 stab wounds or whatever, but essentially what they're getting at is, what did she end up saying? There were like 2 basically that contributed. Like I'm sure he'll get to it, right? But like some of these were just so superficial she couldn't even measure them there. Yeah. So you see how that number sounds really bad, but like, you know, because stabbing, like if you picture somebody going stab, 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 like actually like what, 35 times, like that is excessive. You know, just in terms of, you know, just this. And also when you think about the amount of time it would take, and then also like the amount of blood the person doing the stabbing would get on them, there's a lot of reasons that makes a huge difference, right?
Yes.
Right. And is it true that the vast majority of the what you call the sharp force injuries you discovered were incised wounds? Isn't that true?
That is
And in other words, those are superficial injuries according to your own words. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Well, there you go. So the vast majority were superficial. And they were incised, which is lengthwise, not a stab, but like a scrape, basically.
Is it true that you calculated that Christina Parcell weighed 163 pounds? Is that right?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And she was wearing acrylic fingernails. What color were they?
Let me double check. Yes, they were red. Correct.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Dr. Rose, speaking specifically to the amphetamines that Mr. Mormon brought up, were the amphetamine findings in the toxicology consistent with the prescribed amount?
Oh, yes.
There it is.
Is that the active chemical in, say, Adderall?
Yes.
And he spoke a lot as to the incised wounds and stab wounds found on Miss Parcell. Just as to the right side of her neck, how many stab wounds were there?
There were 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I've done the literature.
Okay.
Just briefly, and Dr. Rose, he asked you about the quantity being consistent with prescription. Is it also true that it's possible to get illicit drugs in the same quantities as prescription drugs? Is that true?
Sure.
Okay.
How would she know that though, really? Okay.
Thank you.
Next witness. Looks like they have like a 2-second witness, and then they go to a break. Nope, they go to a break, I guess. Never mind, they go to a break. I thought I saw some other dude. Okay. So this is probably going to be the last witness, but this has got to be the DNA, right, people? I mean, come on. How have we gotten this far? So
Ms. Burditch, with whom are you employed?
The Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do in the forensic DNA lab?
I am a DNA analyst.
And what is a DNA analyst?
So, a DNA analyst, we examine items of evidence for profiles and then compare to them to any references provided.
She's young also. Crazy.
Can you give us a little bit of your background and employment history and education?
I have a bachelor's in forensic science from Western Carolina University, and I have been employed here about 4.5 years.
Wow.
And can you tell this jury more specifically, what are your duties and roles in the forensic DNA lab?
So before I became a DNA analyst, I started out as their serologist. So serology is basically examining items of evidence for suspected body fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as we can kind of find out who might have worn an item or handled an item, and then taking samples forward for DNA analysis. And then once those samples go forward for DNA analysis, the analyst will perform analysis, get the profiles, compare them, and then we write up reports.
Let's see if she's.
And where's all of this conducted?
At the DNA lab?
And is the DNA lab here in Greenville?
Yes.
All right. And how long has the DNA lab been in existence?
I believe it was opened in 2011.
And so when you get a sample that you want to be tested, tell this jury how that process works.
So an investigator has to request the DNA to be done. So they fill out a form and what evidence they would like processed. I then review any documentation for that particular case, such as incident reports, crime scene reports, as well as the DNA request and any evidence collected. Once I kind of have an idea of what evidence needs to be processed and what needs to be done on those items. So am I looking for suspected body fluids, or am I processing it in a different way? Then I will request evidence from our property and evidence section, which is the location that stores all evidence from crime scenes. They will then get the evidence together that I need. I will go to that location there at the law enforcement center, pick up the evidence from them, and bring it back to the DNA lab, which is a secure facility and accessed by key card only. Before processing, I wear personal protective equipment, so a lab coat, gloves, face mask. I clean my workbench as well as any tools I'm going to be using with 10% bleach. I process one item at a time, and I always start with evidence items before processing reference items.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in serology before?
Yes.
How many times?
I believe about 6.
Your Honor, state moves to qualify Hannah Burditch as an expert in serology.
No objection. No objection. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with other expert witnesses, this particular witness will be qualified in the area of serology to give an opinion in that area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate.
Ms. Burditch, I'm going to ask you, were you asked to assist in the performances of various DNA analysis in the case of Zachary Hughes?
So I only performed serology for this case. I did not do any DNA analysis.
Okay. Did you perform, but you did perform serology in this particular case?
Yes.
And so how did you, what was the first, how did you know to perform serology in this particular case?
The investigator requested DNA evidence to be processed.
Okay. And how was that request made?
Through a form, a DNA analysis request form.
And how do you receive that form?
So we have a digital system that keeps track of all evidence that's in property and evidence that I have access to. And there's a staging location for evidence that's been requested for DNA. And I review those requests through that. And that's how I'm notified, or investigators can request to talk to us about cases.
And when you get this request for whatever particular item of DNA, what do you do?
So as I said before, I review all documentation, including the incident report, crime scene reports, as well as the evidence list, to kind of get an understanding of the case and what evidence is requested and how I would process the evidence that's requested.
And then do you physically go down to property and evidence and obtain that evidence, obtain it?
Yes.
And then what do you do with it once it's in your possession?
It's brought back to the DNA lab, which, as I said before, is a secure location.
I'm going to show you what's marked as states exhibits 96 and 97. Ask if you recognize these. Right there?
Yes.
And did you go to property and evidence and obtain these particular pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And what are they?
Case item number KF-AU1 became our item number 10, which is a sealed package containing buccal swab from Christina Parcell.
Okay. And so you said your item number 10. Explain to the jury how that happens.
So whenever we receive evidence, we label them just to kind of keep track in our system of each item.
And so when you had the request to get the DNA and you went down to property and evidence, how did you do that?
So we drive to property and evidence, which is located at the law
Like
enforcement center.
with a car?
And they will provide me with evidence. It's usually scanned into my custody through our digital barcoding system, which is a digital chain of custody.
And once you receive the evidence, do you inspect it?
Once I am back at the lab and ready to begin processing the evidence, I will be inspecting it.
And what are you inspecting it for?
To ensure that it's the correct items as well as everything is sealed and labeled properly.
Did you inspect these two particular items as well?
Yes.
And was there anything significant that you saw about whether they had been tampered with or not?
No.
Did you inspect them to see if they were properly sealed?
Yes.
And was there any issue that you noted on any reports regarding those samples?
I have no notes regarding any issues with the evidence.
If there was something that brought to your attention, would you note that?
Yes, I would document it as well as notify my supervisor immediately.
And would you be able to use it in testing if there was an issue or a contamination or an improper sealing?
Typically, we would not process anything that has not been sealed.
And were these two items sealed properly?
Yes.
Let's show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 11. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
And is that your initials on there?
Yes.
And would that be when you retrieved it from property and evidence?
So typically when I label evidence, that is the day that I'm actually processing it. When I initially am going to open the evidence, I will label it with our lab number, our unique item number, my initials, and the date that I'm processing it.
And did you retrieve this evidence from property and evidence?
Yes.
Here at Greenville?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, did you notice any improper sealing or tampering with the item?
No.
And if you had, would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 100. Let me show you State's Exhibit 100. You can open that up. And before I ask you that, on the prior exhibit, did you make it a new DNA number or a new DNA item?
Yes. So originally case item number BW-A became our item number 11, which was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Manigault.
All right, now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 100.
I wonder if this is all they're going to do with her is just literally that's what it looks like, is getting all these envelopes maybe. Yeah, so this is just chain of custody, I guess, right? All the buccal swabs.
Item number KF-8.
Yeah. Okay.
Custody, and then those items are stored in the freezer until the DNA analyst is ready to begin processing.
So they're not in red solo cups.
Okay, so I'm referring you to your reference number.
Hold on. I think this is all this is going to be is just they're just getting all this, and that's that's looking like to me. So I'm going to go ahead because the next dude is the dude who's going to actually do the DNA. That's what it is. Here he is. All right. Now this is that was the fake DNA. No, I'm just kidding. This is the real deal. So good question. So Michael Manigault, he's the dude. We heard from him yesterday. He was on the stand very briefly. He was the one with the bright red velvet like sport coat. He looked like he had some sort of hearing device on, maybe. I don't know. Anyone else who wants to how to describe him? I think I mean my interpretation, having worked with a lot of kids that are on the spectrum, I think maybe on the spectrum. And he did some like yard work and shit for Mello when Mello was out of the country, just briefly, it sounded like. So he had seen Zach Hughes at one of Mello's properties, like briefly, didn't really have much to say about it. Although what was interesting was on cross-exam, you know, on cross, well, he also complied right away with law enforcement, right. On cross-exam, the part that was so fascinating was when, you know, they were just like, you know, yeah, so you worked with Zach Hughes or whatever. And like unprompted, he was like, you kind of have to see it. I remember thinking, Denise, where are you? Like, I was like, I knew you would have wanted to see it, but he was like, and if I may say, and he literally says, if I may say off the record, he literally says that even though it's on the record, like he wants to say it off the record, but like and he says, I think that Zach Hughes is a great guy. And I was like, well, that just happened. It was like, wow. Anyway, but they what they did was they first got buccal swabs from anybody who had any connection to Mello, because obviously they were like, Mello did this, right? So they like, that was the first thing they did. So when they realized that there were people that were working for him, so that's why he was one of the first people that they, you know, but he was obviously ruled out. You know, he not involved. What the heck is touchdown mean? Yeah. I'll see if I can pull that up because it's really short, just the part on cross. You'll be like, holy fuck. I think that was from day 3. Anyway, we'll get started on him and I'll find that too. So
Timonthy Nofziger Jr.
Oh my God, how do you spell that? Please spell it.
Mr. Nofziger, who are you employed?
No.
I work for the Greenville County Department of
the
Public
fuck am I supposed
Safety
to-
in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do for the?
So far, they've had like 2 witnesses.
I'm the
already.
DNA technical leader.
Bizarre.
And what does that mean?
So I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations, and I also am a DNA analyst and work casework as well.
Are you in charge?
Yes, sir.
What is? Do you get a special title or anything?
DNA technical leader. That's what it is.
So as the DNA technical leader, what are your main job duties?
So like I said, I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations. I oversee casework. I do.
I see.
I've been in that position
Gotcha.
about 1.5 years.
Maybe. Yeah,
And
maybe.
How long have you worked at the lab?
I've worked at the lab for about 11.5 years.
Before that,
At least he's not brand new.
This is my first job in forensic DNA.
Oh, never
Tell us
mind.
a little bit about your background and
Never mind.
So I have
Oh
a
my
bachelor's
God.
degree in biological sciences from Clemson University, a master's degree in entomology from Auburn University. And when I was employed here, I started as a serologist.
funny.
And
That's
I was
funny.
trained in all the methods that we
funny.
use in the lab. I also then was trained in DNA analysis methods, became a DNA analyst, and then eventually was promoted to DNA technical leader.
And tell us a little bit about the training that you go through.
So we do a system where we have mock evidence that we put, mock samples. There's a written exam. There are, we do mock cases, and then we do a competency exam as well. Also, twice a year, we do proficiency testing, which are cases that are provided to us from an outside company that we don't know the answers to. We have to test them, give them back our answers, and then make sure we got the right answers.
Okay, I found it, by the way, guys. So, hang on. Let me just move this over. Yeah. And share it. Okay.
Did you meet Zach Hughes?
I met him while John was in Italy. And I did a little work with around the house with Zach. That's about all I did with him.
So how did you meet Zach?
Through John.
So this is on direct, so I'm just going to jump ahead a little bit. He's not on the stand for very long. It's so short that I don't think I could even use the slidey thing. It's very, very, very brief. So I just want to get to cross where you can hear that. I think that's it.
I think that's all. Thank you.
Yep, here we go. Ready, Denise? Get ready. Oh no, it already happened. I wasn't joking when I said it was fast. Okay. Wow.
To John Mello, briefly. After we stopped working together, that's the last time I talked to him.
Thank you, Mr. Manigault.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew
Here we go.
Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. I know that's off record.
Thank you. I think that's all. Thank you.
There you go. I freaked out when we look at his outfit. Anyway, I just lost it because I was like, it's off the record. It just so many things of greatness there. I was like, well, that the defense got lucky there. But anyway, there you go. I didn't even take my banner down for that, but it's okay.
About how many DNA samples have you tested?
Very snazzy red jacket, indeed.
From including my serology, I've worked several thousand items of evidence.
This again? Do they tell people to do this? Did you all hear him? He was brand new to this job. And look, y'all, hang on. Watch this. He looks like he's counting in his head 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he says several thousand. Hold on. What?
Our answers, and they make sure we got the right answers.
About how many DNA samples have you tested?
Watch.
From including my serology, I've
It looks
worked
like he was trying to
several
count.
thousand items of evidence over my career.
I don't know. I don't know.
How did that happen?
So the lab first began working cases in 2011.
And to be established as a DNA lab, you have to get certified.
Yes, so we're an accredited
But you didn't.
lab. We're accredited through an organization called ANAB. We're under the standards, the ISO 17025 standards.
Shout out to ANAB
and
though.
the
I always
quality assurance
give them.
And are y'all reaccredited every year?
We undergo some level of an audit every year. Our full reaccreditation audits are every 4 years.
And are y'all currently accredited?
We are.
Have you always been accredited?
Yes.
And are there, we'll call them spot checks on where folks come in and kind of make sure you're doing everything correctly?
That's correct. We have, when we undergo an audit, these are outside people who come in, look at all our stuff. They look at our policies or procedures. They observe people working in the lab. They take a representative sample of cases and look through all our case files, our methods, our results to see if there's if they can find any issues while comparing with the standards that we have to follow.
And have y'all always got a good grade on all that?
Yes, we've passed every audit.
Now,
A good grade? What are you
any,
in kindergarten?
Prep work in this particular case?
With any case like this, typically we're having
You get a
to
gold star.
look into the case details to determine what the best avenue of testing the evidence is, depending on the type of evidence, what we're looking for in a case.
Did you retrieve any items from the property and evidence for processing?
Most of the items I tested were prepared by serologists in the lab. I did pick up 3 references.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. And ask if you recognize this.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a buccal swab from John Mello.
And how did you obtain this item?
I would have received it from our property and
I
evidence.
have a question. Was the saliva on the buccal swab black? Like his, I feel like that's what his internals are made of, is just black goo.
Department.
Can't imagine anything else.
The same way that Ms. Burbage just testified to?
That's right.
Was the
And
DNA
you obtained this,
was the DNA even human? Honestly, did they look at the DNA and be like, what the fuck even is this? That would make sense.
item. How did it appear to you?
So whenever I pick up evidence items, I check the packaging, make sure everything is properly sealed and labeled, and it was.
Was there any tampering or any kind of cuts on the items?
No.
And if there was, would you have noticed that?
I would have.
And would you have documented that?
I would have.
And would you have tested it otherwise?
Most likely not.
And what is this? What is John Mello swab? Your reference number now?
So I gave it, our item number is item 27.
I have a question, guys. Hang on. I have a question. Wait a second. If they knew for sure he was out of the country, why would they have gotten a buccal swab from him? Right? Why did they get a buccal swab from him if he was out of the, like, if they knew for sure? Because there's been a lot of things about, we don't really know for, I mean, also because he's Moriarty, everything's still possible with him. I mean, they got a buccal swab from him. This is so stupid. Why do not, We need so much more information about that
State's
dude.
Exhibit 10, it's already been admitted into evidence. Just get you to identify that.
Yes, this is a sealed package containing buckle swab from Bradley Post. This is this one you've handed me is DHE1. The one I tested was DHE, or I'm sorry, you handed me DH-E2. The one I tested was DH-E1.
By the way, Denise, I will just say this. I don't think you were here last night when the Guardian ad litem testified. I don't think you were here. But I haven't finished the timestamps for last night's live stream yet. I will say that if ever you want to go back and watch anything from this trial, I would say this to literally anybody, but especially Denise. And like, that was the testimony of the trial. That was the most important testimony of the trial, in my opinion, in terms of understanding the dynamics of what's going on here. That was fucking bonkers. And so again, while I don't have the timestamps done yet, if you look at the scrolly bar and you do like this type of thing here for the live stream from last night, you'll see her. It's very obvious because she's got really blonde hair and like a really visible, like obvious, like a coat. It's like a black and white houndstooth type of fashionable coat and like pearl earrings. Anyway, you can't miss her. Like even when I was scrolling through looking for something to try to find like the date for the address for the house where Zach was at, and I'm like, oh wow, like she's just so like, you're just like, oh. Anyway, but maybe what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and put a timestamp there in case anybody, including Denise, but anyone who wants to go watch that testimony is not to miss. Absolutely not to miss. Most important testimony, I think, of the trial so far. So I just wanted to mention that before I forget. Yeah. I'll go ahead and see if I can check the timestamp on it, even though, because I always go in chronological order, and I'll go ahead and chuck a timestamp there, and then I'll just go back and I'll do that right now so I don't forget. Yeah, you will blow your mind. I can't wait to hear your reaction. So, yeah, it's the most insane thing I've ever seen at a trial ever, honestly. I'm sure I said that too last night.
We can take a break. Here. There it is, John. Let's go here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, I recognize this. This is our item 25, sealed package containing buccal swab from Post Bradley.
And did you collect this piece?
I obtained it I got it from our property evidence department.
And when you retrieved it, did you inspect it?
Yes, I did.
And was it properly sealed?
It was.
And if it wasn't properly sealed, would you have noticed that?
Yes, I would have.
And would you have noted that in your documents?
I would have.
And would you have tested it?
No.
And finally, State's Exhibit 181. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
So this is a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields, case item number JDS1.
And did you retrieve that from property and evidence?
I did.
And was it properly sealed?
Yes, it was.
State moves items 11, 181, and 101.
I would object to citing 901 related property establishing.
Objection noted for the record. I overrule and consistent with cases of Hatcher and other cases which I've mentioned earlier. 11, 181, and 101.
You have to do 11, correct?
11, 181, and 101.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nassinger. I don't think I've moved to qualify you as an expert yet. Your Honor, I moved to qualify Mr. Nassinger as an expert.
Your name inquires what the field is.
In DNA analysis.
Objection.
Oh my God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with other experts, this witness will be qualified to testify in the area of DNA analysis, and he can give this opinion in that area. However, it does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is an evidence for you to consider and use it in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you feel is appropriate.
So, Mr. Nafzinger, tell us how you analyze the items that you just referenced and the ones that in general, and that Ms. Burditch referenced as well.
So there's 4 basic steps to DNA analysis. So first is called extraction. We have to basically break the cells open and get the DNA out of the cells. And then we have to do a process called quantification, which is where we simply find out how much DNA is present in the sample. Then we do a process called amplification, which is where we make lots of copies of specific areas of DNA. And then we put those copies onto our genetic analyzer, which then produces a DNA profile. Then we have to interpret the DNA profile. DNA is a comparison science. The only way we can know whose DNA is present on an evidence item is if we have a known sample, such as a buccal swab, to compare to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just chucked the timestamp there. So again, it's the Guardian ad litem, but her name is Vanessa. I'll just put it in the chat here. Kormylo, something like that. But again, her visually, you can't miss her. Really, it's like crazy. She just looks like she's high. It's like all of a sudden the trial got high def. It's pretty crazy. It's like whoa. Like she looks great under the light. And anyway, and it's at about, the timestamp is at about 4:34 something, but like, approximately 4:34. You'll notice it because it'll be all by itself. There's like no timestamps, and then there's a random timestamp around 4:34. That's it. It'll just say, it'll have her name. So there you go. For anyone who's watching this and is like, oh, I missed that, must watch testimony of the trial for sure. Of any trial. It was, yeah. Still processing.
Now, Ms. Burditch testified about taking clippings and swabs. Are those the items that you tested? No?
Yes, they are.
All right. And so, and I'm just going to go over, tell this jury the knowns that you tested in your reference item.
So I did a total of 6 reference items. Item 10A was a sample of buccal swab from Christina Parcell. Item 11A was sample of buccal swab from Michael Manigault. Item 12A was sample of buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. Item 25 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Bradley Post. Item 26 was a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields. And item 27 was.
I'm going to skip past this where they're just going through this. Okay, let's see if they're going to get to his findings.
Because we don't know what we're going to find on them when we go to test them.
All right. And so in this case, what question
Welcome,
items did you compare to? Compared to reference items?
Well, I did quite a few, a lot of them.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So about how many items do you think that you tested in this particular case?
Let me check my report.
And you can give an estimation.
More than 20.
Due to your reference items 2A and 5A and 6A, can you tell the jury what those items are?
So item 5A is sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
Bicycle.
Item 6A is sample of swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
Okay. And so
here we go.
Another general description. In the lab, you've got, and this is 5A and 6A, the swabs of the black Kona bicycle. It is just a clipping of that swab that you're using.
That's correct.
And that is the swab that that Hannah Burditch process or prepared for you.
That's correct.
All right, and where did you get that swab from?
I got it from DNA Freezer 1 in the DNA lab.
And is that a secure location?
It is. The entire DNA lab is secure with only key card access, only accessible by the people who work there, and there's an alarm system.
I bet Mello
What
could get
measures
it.
do you
I guarantee you.
instill to
Mello
make
could get
sure
in there.
there's no
I'm just saying.
cross-contamination from the reference samples?
So when I'm doing my extractions, the questioned items are extracted at a separate time and space than the known samples. So
wait, a separate
when I'm
time?
handling the questioned items, I have not handled any of the
Time?
reference items yet. And so anytime I'm doing my processes manually, I'm only having one tube open at a time, and I'm only working question items, and then later I work the reference items. Later on, some of our processes involve robotics, and all our robotics have passed extensive validation tests that have also been audited when we get audited.
Wait. Did they get good grades in school also?
And a part of those validation processes are contamination assessments, where we basically set it up to try to force it to contaminate and set up where we would very easily see if it did, and they've always passed. So.
Good job, robots.
So do y'all have
they should hire Nightbot.
safety measurements in place inside the lab to make sure there's no contamination or other issues arising out of the testing?
Yes. So in addition to those precautions, I'm obviously wearing protective equipment. So I've got a mask, gloves, a lab coat, change my gloves frequently. We also work with controls. So with every extraction batch, I have what's basically called a reagent blank, which is just an empty tube that I do everything to it, the same thing I'm doing to all the other samples, and I run it just like all the other samples to see if anything shows up in there, because we would see it if some DNA is being transferred between samples.
And do y'all have a peer review system?
We do.
And how does that work?
So we do 2 reviews. We have a technical review and an administrative review. And the main point of the review is another analyst who's fully qualified to do the same processes that I did, goes through and looks at all of my data, essentially reinterprets everything, makes sure they agree with all my conclusions, that they don't find any issues with what I did, and no report is released until it passes review.
So in reference to 5A handlebar, right handlebar conobite, in reference to 6A left handlebar of the conobite, did you compare that swab to your knowns in this particular case?
I did.
And what was your conclusions of that?
So for item 5A, which was a sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle, my findings were the DNA obtained from item 5A is a mixture of a major male individual and at least one trace contributor. The major contributor matches the DNA of Zachary Hughes. A match between the DNA result of item 5A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 2 septillion times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Upon establishing Zachary Hughes as a contributor to this mixture based on the match statistics, Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 5A. Due to limited data of the remaining alleles, there is no statistical support for an inclusion or exclusion between item 5A and Christina Parcell.
So what does that last part mean, inclusion or exclusion?
I feel like this is like almost always.
It basically means no conclusive
We
determination.
can't say. We can't say. I mean, so much, right? So much of the time.
So now I'm going to refer you to your items 2A and 3A, 2A being the clippings of the right hand of Christina Parcell. Did you have the? Go ahead.
Oh.
I was just going to ask him if he compared that to the known references.
So I had items 2A and 3A. 2A was a swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. Item 3A was swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's left hand. Item 3A, PCR procedures for autosomal DNA analysis were not performed on item 3A due to the presence of large amounts of total DNA compared to male-specific Y chromosomal DNA. That is the case, basically, when we do our quant, or we see how much DNA is there, we can see how much, in situations like this, we can see how much female DNA is present versus how much male DNA is present. And if it's too little, the next processes won't show up the male contributor because there's just too much female DNA. It's kind of like trying to hear your phone ring in a rock concert. It just gets overwhelmed. So at that point, we stopped with that sample.
So you're referring to the clippings of the left hand?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, and for reference, the items that you're dealing with are literally swabs. They're very tiny.
That's right.
All right. And so did you have the occasion to test the clippings from Christina Parcell's right hand, which is your reference item 2A, to the knowns?
Yes, I did. So for item 5A, or I'm sorry, for item 2A, swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. My findings were.
I'm going to object to 403. Our position says no probative value.
We're getting a lot of objections. No probative value. What?
Your objection is not for the record.
What? It's DNA. How's that? What?
Good again. So
Yeah.
Just for the record, I know Rule 403 is
Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting.
Thank you. So I'll refer you back to clippings of the right hand 2A.
Yes.
And compared to our known references there.
So the DNA obtained from item 2A is a mixture of at least 2 individuals, a major female and a minor male. Assuming Christina Parcell is the major contributor to this mixture based on this being an intimate sample, a match between the minor DNA result of item 2A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors.
Oh yeah,
to
so
the
his DNA is on her fingernail. I think I called that when they mentioned.
So did you just tell this jury that Zachary Hughes's DNA is 825 million times
What the
more
fuck is happening?
likely
What are you
than
doing?
a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual?
What? You're why you can't what? Whoa, what? I mean, it's objection asked and answered, but like this goes beyond that. Like that's not. Denise, what would you? I mean, I would be throwing a fucking hissy fit if I was the defense. Like, they're listening. He just said it. What are you doing? What is he doing? Like, what are you doing? That is totally not okay.
Located under Christina Parcell's fingernails.
So what that stat means is it's called a likelihood ratio. And
Well, thank God he's not answering. You know, that prosecutor obviously is going for the dramatic effect, trying to make sure the jury hears it. But he's actually going to answer it in a nerdy scientific way, which I appreciate, versus like, you know, I don't know, what the prosecutor's was probably going for was like a yes, it is, you know, stupid.
basically, we're looking at two hypotheses as an explanation for the evidence profile that we find in the sample. So for every comparison, and we compared all the people to it, for every comparison, the first hypothesis is that this person's DNA is the best explanation for what we found on the evidence. And the other hypothesis is that it's somebody else in the random unrelated population. And so we're able to do statistics on this. And so it's kind of like a sort of a seesaw effect. So when you have, for example, I read an inconclusive one recently, that's where it's kind of balanced, like it's not really tilting one way or another. If it's an exclusion, it means it's tilting toward someone in the random population is the better hypothesis to explain the evidence. And when it tilts the other way, which it did in this case, that's giving strong support for the hypothesis that that person's DNA is the best explanation for the evidence.
So what is the lowest probability standard that you would be permitted to report?
Per our lab policy, the lowest we'll report is a match score of 1,000.
And this one was 825 million?
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
correct.
I've heard that I've seen shit like that get objected to and sustained. I mean, rightfully so. I don't know. I need an objection.
Please answer any questions.
And cross.
I don't have any questions.
No questions. No questions. No questions. Okay. What happens next? Does the state officially rest their case like out loud?
Can I see counsel up here?
He wants to see counsel. Wow. I mean, that's what's going to happen. Let's just see. Yep. Oh, and they're back. All right. That's it.
Well, I don't need to talk back up. Anything further from the
Right.
state rest?
Right. Counsel's testifying. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a surprise for you, a Valentine's Day surprise. We are going to stop for the day. And
believe you're done.
I'm going to ask that you return Tuesday morning. We do have Monday off. Again, I
Okay.
need to just go over this with you. Obviously, there
He's
is
just going to tell them don't do all. Here's the thing. So here's my take on this. So basically, that's it. My mind is blown. I was expecting them to have found the potentially reversible jacket. No explanation about the door. I'm sorry. I would be so pissed if I was on, like, really? How did he get in how did someone get in the front door or the back door? Makes literally no sense. There's a lot in here that wasn't, I remember I was making a whole list, like, where did he park the truck? And I know that they don't have to answer everything. These are things that seem normal, right? Like, these are like major, this is not even being nitpicky. Then also the fact that the bike wasn't captured on any cameras. And sorry, let me be more clear. The suspect wasn't captured on any cameras on truck, car, bike, or walking anytime before 9:15. What about the purchases of roses? I mean, some of this stuff might come up in the, anyway, I'm shocked. So what this says to me is they are really relying on the DNA under the fingernail. Really funny, right? When you think about it, right? Like, for example, the surveillance footage of the person on the bike, that's not, it's more reliable than what we've seen in Idaho, but it's not any more, I would say, definitive or helpful in terms of anything. Like, basically, I would say that that's not, they spent a lot of time on that, but I don't think that if I were on the jury, that wouldn't really be getting me anywhere, because there were so many issues with the eyewitness. And then also, like, you couldn't fucking see who's riding the bike, really. It's just all you could get is it's a skinny person, and that's it. But then the important thing that we saw today was, yesterday, the bicycle in the trunk of the car, the truck bed. That's what it is. So he's saying trunk of the car because of Casey Anthony. Anyway, so then there's that connection, right? But still, it's all kind of like, I mean, I think they're hanging their hat on this, on the DNA under the fingernail. So does that remind you guys of anything? Yeah, that's right. I know. I mean, yeah, they didn't. There's a lot. There's just, we only get more questions with this case anyway, right? Because of the nature of the case. So I mean, another big thing for me, right? The fact that they took Mello's buccal swab, right? The fact that they took his buccal swab blows my mind, because, like, do we need to now add into the mix the fact that he could have been in the country? Also, if he could have been in the country, then it could have been actually him mailing out the shit, right? The only way that they were connecting, like, Zachary being the one who actually sent the shit out in the mail is like the misspellings, and like there was like one other thing. Anyway, like that isn't even the biggest thing. That's I guess that's if they really want to prove the harassment, right? Because they spent a lot of time on that. And like, it's important to understand what's going on here. However, it's like really kind of blue ballsy, right? Because it's like we're not hearing from Mello. Like, there's so much that they're not going into. So if you're just trying to help us understand this case, right, that's not helpful really, unless we go way deeper than that. But I guess that's maybe this is because the state's not sure they're going to get a conviction on murder, and they want to make sure they get a conviction on the harassment. Maybe they were like, we can definitely prove that. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, if Mello was in the country, that we need to go back and like rewatch this entire thing and rethink everything. Like, that changes everything, right? That changes everything if he possibly was in the country. Even if you don't say maybe he was the one who killed her, even if you don't go that route, it doesn't matter. It still changes a lot of things here. It changes a lot of things. So anyway, but tomorrow the defense will begin their case in chief. Yeah, I know. I'm with you on that, Denise. I'm with you on that. Yeah. I did appreciate the seesaw explanation though, because that made it sound less definitive to a jury, I feel like, which is fair, right? Like, if I was on a jury and I didn't know, and I heard that, I'd be like, oh wow, DNA is really not just like, it's not like as, I mean, when he explained, tips a little bit more this way, tips a little bit more that way. We can't, and I appreciated that. That is not usually how you hear it explained in terms of what people tend to think, right? And also I appreciate that he used the word hypothesis, right? It's like, the hypothesis to support the evidence. I don't know. I appreciated that. So yeah, so tomorrow we'll cover day 4, and see what the defense does in this crazy ass case. So yeah, so anyone who, again, definitely make sure you check out the Guardian ad litem testimony, and who missed it. I'm going to keep working on timestamps as well from last night, but yeah, love you guys. We will be back. Oh, I need note to self. I need to go back and go over Matthew Wild's testimony too, and update my cell phone exhibit thing. But anywho, but love y'all. Y'all are the best. Oh, Denise is offering another idea here. Zach's DNA could be on the mailings, and if she touched the envelopes, they didn't even get into that. Like, I don't even know if they were tested, or Mello could have told him to go by. Then here comes post to murder her. I mean, the possibilities here, honestly, they're extensive still. And that's really the thing, right? That's really the thing. There's still a lot of possibilities. Yeah. But good night, Meg. Good night, everybody. Love you guys. Squirrel Crew is the best. I'll see you guys next time.